Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're here. Good morning, everybody. Let's take our seats. Gene, how are you, buddy?
All right, I'm here.
Is Tim on his way, or? Okay. All right. Very good. Okay. Welcome back. As I said yesterday in the TDC meeting, I hope everybody's enjoying our hottest summer ever out there. So glad to be back. I know this is not our official commission meetings next Tuesday, but our workshop begins today. So I want to call to order the Broward County Board of County Commissioners workshop this Thursday, August 17, 2023, about 7 minutes after 10 a.m. Again, welcome. So I know for today, just for discussion purposes on the commission, that Commissioner Bogan and Commissioner Furr will not be with us today. But I understand that Commissioner Ryan is on his way. We'll go ahead and begin the process as we speak, okay?
Good for us. We're 2 lights.
That's right.
It's pretty quick.
So obviously today's schedule is we're going to start with the Port Everglades, followed by the Aviation, thirdly Public Works, Water and Wastewater Services, and then Public Works, Solid Waste and Recycling Services. So without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to our wonderful, amazing administrator, Ms. Shapiro. See, we're so relaxed now because we're coming off vacation, right? We're not
Thank you.
yet.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Vice Mayor and Commissioners. So, as you very aptly said, welcome back. We have been busy at work, and I have seen, I think, every single one of you this summer. So I don't know about this welcome back. You guys have been hard at work all summer, but I wanted to set the stage for what we're going to be covering today. We've got, as you mentioned, the 4 kind of enterprise, larger enterprise fund operations that you'll be hearing about today, with some guidance that we'll be seeking in the latter 2 particularly. We're going to start off with the port, we'll switch over to airport, and then I think what we'll do is cover water, wastewater services, and then end, if that's okay, with the solid waste presentation and overview. We are excited to bring this to you today, and you're going to see some exciting progress on some of the plans that you've heard a lot about over the last year and beyond, and how it culminates into what will be a very well rounded budget recommendation for each of these areas. Also, I will just put a pitch in the long-awaited summer recess recap that you guys get annually. We'll probably get that out tomorrow, so you'll have some leisure reading over the weekend before you come back on Tuesday for our 100-item agenda, which will go very quickly, I hope. Exactly. So again, welcome back, and with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Daniels. Thank you.
Monica, thank you. Mayor Fisher, Vice Mayor Rich, and members of the Commission and Administration. Thank you for the opportunity to be here with you to be able to kick off today to talk a little bit about not only what's going on at the port currently, but also I think you're going to certainly see a theme that's going to pervase itself not only through our current operations, but what the future looks like. And that includes some exciting news regarding the budget. It's also sprinkled with the understanding that there are a variety of global issues that are impacting us, and as an international port, certainly you would expect that the geopolitical situations that we are seeing out there, changes that are coming on from the regulatory agencies may be impacting us down the line, but ultimately you're going to hear today about a budget that is solid, that is conservative, because we could enhance the numbers in a very significant way, but one that allows us the opportunity to put forth a recommendation that you're going to see that hits a benchmark that we knew at some point we would hit. We didn't know that we would hit it coming out of the pandemic from recovery and into a growth mode as quickly as we have. So we're just going to go through a little bit. Certainly these are numbers. These are distinctions that set the port apart in many ways from other port operations, but it talks about the diversity. It talks about the reason why we were able to survive the way that we did coming through the pandemic, making significant adjustments in the budget, but it put us in a position, unlike some of the other ports that are more reliant on a single line of business, for us to survive it, and as I had mentioned, to move through recovery mode into growth mode very, very quickly. When you take a look, now these are fiscal year 2022 numbers, so we've been celebrating some of the new numbers that we've seen through this year, but certainly in taking the cue from the Trident, which is three prongs, the cruise, the cargo, and the energy. So last year, we were still in a recovery mode in cruise. We still hold the position as the third busiest cruise home port in the world. And again, that's a distinction because we're not an in-transit port. But it put through 1.6 million multi-day passengers and nearly 100,000 daily passengers. And I think that daily number is important because it points to the importance of the Bali Area ferry, and that is not a cruise, but it is an essential transportation link. And you'll hear about that more in the future outside of this meeting because they're talking to us about expanding that operation and expanding their presence in Broward County. And that is a level of excitement, and I think something we didn't necessarily think was going to happen, but they're putting forth a growth program that's going to be extremely exciting for the residents of the Bahamas, as well as the residents of Broward County in South Florida. Cargo, we are the leading perishables port in the state of Florida. We are the third busiest cargo port as far as containers in the state of Florida, but that's number 3 with a bullet, and I'll talk about that a little bit later. We do serve in excess of 150 global ports in 70 different countries. And in the last fiscal year, a little bit more than 2,000 total ship calls and a little bit more than 1.1 million TEUs. Again, during this pandemic period, coming out of that very quickly and moving into a growth mode where we almost broke a record. And probably the silent part of what we do until there is some type of crisis, natural disaster, and that's on the energy front. One of 2 primary petroleum facilities and energy ports in the state of Florida, handling 1/3 of the state's gas. If you drive or fly into or out of South Florida, you will use a product that comes through Port Everglades, pure and simple. And we all know what happened this past April 12th, when we had the storm that came through. The containment systems worked beautifully. Unfortunately, they held water, and that caused some issues. And we had talked about that on several cases, and the state of Florida and the Department of Transportation actually brought us in several weeks later talking about the state's resiliency program and the ability for the port and other ports and other outlets to be able to pick up the slack if necessary. A little bit more than 126 million barrels broken down in the diesel, jet fuel, gasoline, methanol, ethanol, propane, and some of the other products that come through there, and nearly 600 ship calls that came through in the last fiscal year. Again, it points to the overall diversity. What you don't see there is really the 4th leg on the stool, and that really became apparent and important to us during the pandemic as the strength in our real estate market, as well as our bulk and break bulk, really allowed us the opportunity to, while we saw the impacts in cruise, they weren't felt as much. And those continue to be very strong parts of our business line and parts of our business line that will continue to push through. Let's talk just really quickly about some of the trends, and a lot of the trends here are in cruise. We've had tremendous success in the strategic move in looking at trying to bring in some additional ultra-high luxury, exceptional at sea brands, and we're seeing that play out. While not back to pre-pandemic numbers, the average cruise ship occupancy was 89% through June of 2023, and that is a blended rate, realizing that we have seen some of the Royal Caribbean ships that have gone out in excess of 125%. You see some of the ultra-high luxury and luxury brands that are coming in with an older demographic. They have been a little bit slower at getting back to full capacity. So that almost reached our pre-pandemic in 2019 of 94%. Now, I'll point this out now and again when we get to the revenue side. Our calculations for next year's numbers are based on 93% occupancy. even though we are hearing from the lines that most of them will hit 100%, if not above. It's the conservative nature under which we've done our budgeting and working with Leah and Glenn and the entire team to make sure that we're conservative on our estimates. A couple of the new vessels to be excited about: Silver Nova, which just entered service this past week. You talk about one of the most sustainable vessels that you're going to see that's plying the trade. Powered by LNG, which moves us into the need at some point to be able to provide that type of service through some type of external service provider, probably barge-mounted systems. But it's LNG, liquefied natural gas. It's also hydrogen fuel cell and waste to energy. And it is as ultra-high luxury as you get. She arrives here. Her first call will be Port Everglades in January of 2024, and they just announced the other day that we'll be going through the naming ceremony. Azamara Cruises and the Azamara Onward will make her maiden call this October. And I point to her because that is another ultra-high luxury, but also one and a line that is moving from Miami to the north and coming to Port Everglades. Royal Caribbean Symphony of the Seas will shift from her European route and come back in November, and we'll be sailing 6- and 8-night Caribbean cruises, part of the Oasis class, in excess of 6,000 guests.
Jonathan, I'm going to interrupt for 1 second
Yep.
and ask you, because I've seen a couple of quizzical looks around the room. As you mentioned the 100% and over 100% occupancy, you want to explain how that is attained? Because when you first told me that, well, how the heck does that happen?
It's some of it, and we'll point especially to Disney and the family utilization of those rooms. You're taking your occupancy, and your occupancy may be based on 2 per room. You're bringing a family in, you bring a cot in, you pull the bed out. All of a sudden, you have 4 in that room. So it's additional utilization of that space beyond what is the initial rated capacity. Did that? Thank you. Yeah. We love that numbers, and that's one of the things that's tracked. And oftentimes Glenn will come in and talk about the fact, hey, we're at 126%, we're at 123%. Anything above 100% is absolutely fantastic. But the basis of even what we did on in talking about Disney is based on a MAG that's significantly below 100%. And even most of our financial calculations on the return on investment were based on only 90% capacity. But Disney Dream, she'll be here. She arrives November 20th. The ribbon cutting will be November 13th, where we'll have the officials have the opportunity to get into the terminal for the first time. They're going to deliver that terminal to us. Substantial completion is around the first week of October. We can hand it over to Disney and allow them the opportunity to get their cast members in and exercise that facility before the first sailing in November. I've had the opportunity to be in there. Some of you have seen some of the pictures. It's exciting to see the progress that's being made. In addition, they've worked through the city of Fort Lauderdale on sign variances to make sure that the Disney name is known. It will be seen, but not obtrusive. Everything that's being done is being done with the highest level of integrity and in cooperation with all governmental bodies. But a lot of partners have come together on this. They'll be offering 4- and 5-day sailings primarily, but then the Disney Dream will go into the shipyard, and they will replace her with the Disney Magic. And then during the summer of 2024, they'll be doing a series of 5-, 4-, and 3-day. And that's important because that really allows the vessels to move and the passengers to come in and flow, and that's what allows us the opportunity to see those numbers. The Celebrity Ascent, the 4th in the Edge class, arrives, and we'll go through her naming ceremony December 3rd of this year, running 7-night Eastern and Western Caribbean itineraries. She's going to be in a couple weeks before and run some short duration cruises just to kind of work out those kinks. But the first sailings will be out of Port Everglades. Typically, those vessels come out, run a med season, and then they reposition over here. Sun Princess, last year the announcement was made that the first in the Sphere class for Princess. She's currently under construction, and she will debut in early 2024 and then make her voyage over to Port Everglades. With more than 4,000 guests, as far as Carnival Corporation goes, with the advanced technology, the LNG-powered systems, she is the most expensive vessel in the Carnival Corporation fleet, even more expensive than the much larger vessels like the Mardi Gras, the Celebration, and the Jubilee that will be coming out. Newly rebranded Crystal Cruise Line, which begins her home porting activities this year in Miami, has made the announcement that they will be moving from Miami starting in November of 2024 and make their new home port home at Port Everglades. Again, pushing the envelope of making sure that we see the ultra-high luxury, the luxury brands. With Crystal, it's the exceptional at sea experience. But absolutely fantastic. And I do point to that, and you'll see a little bit of a theme coming in the cargo side as well, is that we often talk about poaching. Poaching is an acceptable form of business development at certain times. But I think what it does is points to more the cooperation that oftentimes that occurs in South Florida's ports. Neither of us, Miami or Port Everglades, can handle the amount of cruise traffic or cargo traffic that moves through our ports. Ultimately, we make the pitch to the lines. They will make ultimately the decision on where they are going to site based on what's best for their guests. That's what it's all about. So this strategy works in cooperation with the airport, with Visit Lauderdale, to make sure that the best experience for the guests for these types of lines happens to be Port Everglades. 5 cruise ships. I think this is exciting as well because we primarily have been that Caribbean season, October, November, through April or May. That's our strong time. So we've been looking at ways under which we can expand the season. This year we've had 3, now down to 2 vessels that make their home at Port Everglades through the summer. The announcements that have been made by Princess, recently by Celebrity, and the addition of Disney means that we will go to 5 home-ported vessels next summer. And what's really excited about that is the addition of Celebrity Reflection. Beyond Reflection was going to be running 7-day cruises out of Everglades. They will now be moving to 3/4s. So they'll be moving to a Friday and Monday voyage itinerary and schedule. And then they will be repositioning Celebrity Beyond, which is one of the Edge-class vessels. They'll be repositioning her from the Mediterranean, where she was originally going to be, and we'll be bringing her in for the weekend 7-day cruises. And so we're seeing that change. In addition, Princess is coming in. Enchanted Princess replaces the smaller Caribbean Princess. Caribbean Princess will be moving up to Port Canaveral. And of course, I had talked about Disney Magic. So you're seeing an exciting cruise schedule and portfolio that begins to span 365 days. On the cargo side, again, thanks to the vision of the commission in approving the contract to purchase the first 3 cranes, the additional cranes arrive the fall of this year and will allow us the opportunity, once commissioned, to have 2 large ship berths. Those cranes are already paying dividends as we're seeing efficiency standards, new vessels, new lines that are coming in. One of them taking advantage of the new cranes and the new berth capacity happens to be MSC, as they selected Port Everglades for the Santana service. And that started this June. The port is the first U.S. port in the service that commences in Southeast Asia. We've been working to try and get Asian service for a long period of time. The last time we had it on any consistent basis was in March of 2011. The Zephyr service started last year. It fizzled a little bit as you had a reconfiguration of some of MSC's activities, and now the Santana service. And the Mayor, you were there during the announcement. Thank you very much for being there and presenting the key to the county. Very much appreciated. And this was a service that was originally slated to go to Miami, and they made the decision to move that service from Miami to Port Everglades. CGM, again, one of the world's largest carriers. Their America's XL service commenced in January of this year. So far, we've seen almost 12,000 TEUs move in on that service, connecting West Coast South America to U.S. East Coast. And then we talk about the big players, but I think we also need to make sure that our bread and butter, which has been north-south movements between Port Everglades and into the Caribbean and into the Latin American market, remains strong and is expanding. So you're seeing mid-size carriers such as HLS and Ship Lily. HLS goes into Honduras, direct service. Ship Lily is direct service with Venezuela. So far, since those lines have been on, We've seen almost 27,000 TEUs on those direct services. So again, we celebrate the large ones, but we also have to celebrate some of the smaller carriers that are the lifeblood to the islands and the lifeblood for Latin America. If you take a look at trends in energy, recently completed the study looking at shore power installation at the 8 cruise terminals. We're still working through that process. It's an expensive process. It comes out to about $20 million per terminal, or somewhere around $160 million. We're looking to commence that project sometime in mid-2025 with an end date of 2027. We're still working through the process with staff and the lines as to what the phasing would look like, what terminals are going to get powered up first. All of them are asking for it in one way or another. So it is a project that we'll be bringing back to you in the not-too-distant future. We've talked about this as well on the energy side, and the energy side, again, as I talked about, is a little bit quiet. There is expansion going on there as Vicenergy recently completed the new Portofino jet fuel terminal. Again, that cooperation between what goes on in port facilities and what goes on with our airports in the region as a whole. This facility handles jet fuel, approximately 500,000 barrels of additional storage capacity for the international and the executive airports in Florida. And this was done in concert with the airline consortium to make sure and allow them the opportunity to have additional storage on site and in close proximity. Let's talk about how this all translates now into the recommended budget. And I think this is where it starts to get exciting in many respects. You talk about a year-to-date operational revenue comparison through June of 2023, you're seeing significant levels of growth. Coming from 2022 into 2023, of course, we knew that we were coming out of recovery mode into a growth mode on cruise. And though we're not where we were pre-pandemic, we certainly are getting there quickly. On the energy side, again, you see a 6% increase. Containerized cargo, you're seeing a 5% increase. And that's a couple ways. One, it has to deal with tariff increases in the agreements that we have with our marine terminal operators, but also some growth in certain areas. Our real estate, again, I'd mentioned that before, real estate, bulk, break bulk, some of the things that we're seeing as secondary activities at the port are now climbing in. When you take a look at real estate, bulk and break bulk, it makes up a significant part of our revenue base and one that we need to continue to market and we need to continue to push forward. Parking, and you see a significant increase. Again, that just has to do with the amount of people that are coming in now as cruise continues to recover. But also, we are seeing a significant increase, and we recently completed a cruise survey that indicated that fewer people are flying in, more people are driving in, and our markets changed a little bit as well as we continue to see growth in the Southeast United States market. At times, as we were doing evaluation and surveys, we were seeing 100 to 150 more vehicles per turn. And when you add in the 3 and 4 day cruises that we had with the Liberty of the Seas for the first time in a long time, that translates into significant increases in parking revenue. Again, the break bulk activities that we have, the steel, the bagged cement, the bagged rice, tile, other products that come into and out of the port, many of them supporting the construction industry in South Florida. So we continue to see strong growth in that. Bulk has remained, again, about the same. We are limited with our silo capacities that we have with CEMEX as well as with Heidelberg. And because of that, you're seeing good utilization, you're seeing consistency, but it basically remains fairly flat. The lay-in, and why you're seeing a significant reduction in the lay-in, and the number that you see there in the 1.7 is probably more emblematic of what we'll see going into the future, is that we're not dealing with the lay-ins that we had when we opened up the process of bringing in the cruise ships that were not paying, they weren't paying dockage, but they were paying for some of the essential services. So as you take that off of the program, allowing them the opportunity to recover and restart, you're seeing a reduction in the lay-in. And then the catch-all, the interest in some of the other activities associated. So what that translates into a recommended budget for 2023, 2024, is a budget change from 23 to 24 that calculates out to approximately 29% increase. And I point to again the fact that this is a conservative and conservatively based budget. And while we have 196 million in there in the recommended budget that was submitted to OMB some time ago, after the fact is when we received the call from Celebrity that they would be reconfiguring their summer session. We will intend to request a budget adjustment in approximately $3.3 million for cruise and $807,000, and that purely translates from the new summer schedule and Schedule B due to the addition of the summer cruises, and that will put our budget in excess of $200 million in revenue for the first time ever. That's testament to the work that the staff is doing for business development, what they're doing to make sure that our agreements are locked in place. We have significant mags, and that we're taking advantage and leveraging the value of the asset that is Port Everglades. Cruise, we're looking at a 73% increase from the adopted budget in 2023. And again, this is at a 93% calculation. Energy, we're looking at an 8% increase. Containerized cargo at 16% increase. Again, some of this is new growth, new calculated growth. Some of it is projected tariff increases. Real estate, again, remains extremely strong. The bulk and break bulk market, we anticipate moving up about 14%. And parking, 84%. I wish I was the wizard with the wand and said that we're just going to see all this new money and all these new vehicles come in. We are anticipating an increase in that, but it has more to do with the fact that we'll be coming back to you in the not too distant future with a request to increase from $15 per day to $20 per day. That compares very, very favorably and still maintains us below a lot of where our competitive ports are. Interestingly enough, in talking and knowing that we had issues with congestion, not only at Port Everglades, but our counterparts at Miami as well as Port Canaveral, none of us had enough parking during this past season. All of us are looking at downstream investments and additional parking. What we're looking at doing is deploying and putting some surface parking into practice this year. They're doing some improvements on some of our mid-port lots. We've taken some of the laydown area for some of the rolling stock that we've had on the cargo, moved that down to Southport, and we're now making improvements there. But a significant portion of that is moving from $15 to $20. Again, it still remains and keeps us very competitive. Some of the lines would like us to go up even higher in order to hopefully push out some of the use of the lots. We have not seen that this will deter many at all. And some of the ports are actually going into peak pricing in order to keep some people out and allow them the opportunity to use taxis, rideshare, TNCs, and all of that. We don't feel that we're at a pain point right now, but we do feel that it is a justified increase, allows us the opportunity to remain competitive, and again, you see a significant increase in the amount of revenue that's going to be coming through the port. Again, you take a look a little bit graphically. We've always been the big three, but if you break it down into cruise and almost a third, petroleum and cargo a little bit less than 25%, and then you take that real estate, parking, bulk, break bulk, and other, you're really creating a four-piece pie. None of them gorging on the other, but actually working to create an extremely diverse port operation that allowed us the opportunity to survive very well. The expense comparison. We always have to go through this ultimately as well. So you see a level of growth that will represent about a 12% increase. Personnel is calculated out at a 15% increase. This does take into consideration 11 new positions. So we'll be approaching a little bit more than 260 full-time individuals that will be working for the Port Department. 8 new positions happen to be in the cruise operations section. This is a new division under the operations division that allows us the opportunity to have a staff, a dedicated staff, that specifically deals with cruise operations. So it's a reconfiguration that used to fall under operations. Some of those responsibilities went into Seaport Engineering Facilities Maintenance. Last year, we captured and created a new facilities maintenance, and now what we're doing is we're isolating it down. So everything that happens in cruise, the level of communication, the way in which that cruise operations works is very linear, and it's very simple in many respects. But we also needed to be able to have a leader that would be overseeing that. So we will be bringing in an expert in the field. We're currently in the recruiting process right now, and again, that will be coming back to you. Hopefully you see that that would be something that would be acceptable and allow us the opportunity to isolate down and to provide the level of cruise service that Port Everglades is known for. It's been discussed with the industry. They love the idea. It simplifies their line of communication on exactly what they need during the turn day. Because of the additional cranes coming in, there will be 2 positions in the crane section to add additional project management and support for the new Super Post Panamax cranes that arrive this fall, and then 1 new assistant harbor master to provide increased supervision for overnight activities. Security, you see that there is a 10% increase that's projected, but we will intend to request a little bit of an adjustment associated with that, as we're still working, and Glenn and team and Leah are receiving the final numbers associated with this. And while you see 10%, I think it's important to note that it actually only represents an 8% gross increase from 2019 pre-pandemic. As we worked with BSO to cut several positions, as we looked at cost-cutting measures in order to allow us the opportunity to manage our way through the pandemic and the loss in revenue. You're seeing an increase there that is also the fact that because we are coming back in line to pre-pandemic or post-pre-pandemic and growth mode in the cruise, there is a need for us to bring additional personnel and have them on the ground for traffic control. This is necessary for us to be able to have the type of control, especially when you consider what goes on in the Northport area with Disney coming on board, and it allows us the opportunity to efficiently move traffic through the facilities. Repairs, maintenance, it's a 2% net decrease. It's nice to come to you and say that we're going to decrease some of our expenses. There. It's the elimination of some separate accounts for maintenance projects recommended under the biennial bond engineers report, as well as the completion of some large dollar projects that we have going on. But the biggest one is a contract that we had with Sate to come in and completely redo the passenger loading bridges, the systems that needed work. They needed some structural work, they needed electrical work, they needed new electronics. And so all of those have gone through a systematic evaluation and improvement. That allows us the opportunity to make sure that those are in place for probably at least the next 5 to 6 years, and then we will go through a systematic replacement program down the line. Increase in crane operations. We're bringing new equipment in. There needs to be a corresponding increase in the amount of money that's spent to maintain that equipment. Those cranes are our lifeblood and really allow us the opportunity in partnership with GFC to see probably one of the best crane operations you're going to see at any port throughout the United States. And those 3 additional cranes that come in really add to capacity. Not only do they add to the capacity, but the complexity of the operation, which you saw in the addition of 2 additional position requests, as well as the additional increase in cost. Fire, EMS, again, you see the 7% increase. A lot of that is reflective. As you see the additional passengers, the additional crews coming in, the level of service that's required, use of equipment, our obligations under pay down the line increase, and that's reflective of the 7%. The insurance 36% because we are due to the adverse market conditions for purchase insurance, property, general liability, all of that, terrorism, you're seeing an increase in that. Professional services, the increase of 36%, and that is primarily due to the fact that this year next year we're going to be going into the master vision planning process. That's about a $1.5 to $2 million process that we go through. Utilities, primarily just due to FPL's rate increase hike. There's just not much ultimately that we can do about that. Other dues, membership, subscriptions, training, payments to the City of Hollywood, other debt service costs, equipment, furniture. that make up the 5%, or excuse me, the 19% increase going forward. And then look at that 5% county services and cost chargeback. It's a 3-year look back, and because of the pandemic, it allowed us the opportunity to see a little bit of a reduction. We certainly will take that into consideration and understand as that look back closes, we move into the recovery and growth mode, that will change. But it allows us the opportunity to present to you a 12% increase and $131 million recommended budget request for the expense comparison, the expenses for next year. And again, you see it graphically. Law enforcement, security, fire, and rescue. We're not rare. We're not unique in this. Port operations throughout the United States, throughout the world, and the obligations that we are under ultimately just make it that it necessitates a significant investment in law enforcement, fire, rescue activities. Personnel being the second largest, and then you get down into repairs, maintenance, materials, and services. For the second year, that is about $16 million as we still catch up from deferred maintenance for a period of time. But the great thing about it is not only is that money there as a resource, it's being deployed with the new facilities maintenance division that we have there. We're making sure that we're getting that in the ground, we're getting it into the lights to make sure that we're making investments to maintain our infrastructure for a long period of time. The recommended CIP, as we begin to wind down here. The maintenance, the operations is one part of it, but the port's master vision plan, where we take commission and port, or the commission policy as set forth in the master vision plan. We take the implementation of that policy with the port staff, and it allows us the opportunity to put forth a significant investment plan that is going to allow for not only maintaining but growing the port into the future. You can take a look at a 5-year CIP that is just a little shy of $750 million. Cruise Terminal 29, we're currently working under the work letter, which you approved as part of an amendment process during this past year that allows us the opportunity to work with RCL on the redevelopment of our most loved terminal, Terminal 29. It's the one that kind of sits out there on an island, and they are proposing a significant rehab and renovation program, garage, embark facility, debark facility, you name it, with the latest technology. They are looking at tri-branding it. So they are looking at a facility that handles their large bulk operations, like with Royal, their premier brands with Celebrity, their ultra-high luxury with Silver Sea, a very unique terminal operation. We'll also be looking, as part of this evaluation, at the potential to build a garage and have new port administration space that wraps around a portion of that garage, taking advantage of what will be a new build facility, and allowing us the opportunity to build out our new facility as well, as the current master vision plan calls for the building that we're in to be raised and for that space and time to be turned into container storage yard. And our building is on the edge of its useful life. You see the significant bulkhead replacement program and the improvement. What's great about that is through the state's resiliency program, $32 million. Federal government, last year we had the opportunity to announce with Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz the receipt of $19 million in Port Improvement Development Program money through the Department of Transportation and MARAD for a portion of the bulkhead replacement. Your reserves, crane improvements. The crane improvements will be the reconfiguration and rehab of our existing Samsung cranes. Northport improvements, shore power, again, commencing that program. The I-595 flyover, an analysis. We have the kickoff meeting in the next week with FDOT, looking at the analysis of the flyover coming off of McIntosh and then dumping onto 595 and 595 and dumping onto McIntosh. And that allows us the opportunity to separate the industrial traffic from the passenger traffic going through Eller. And again, general infrastructure and the miscellaneous. And of course, the Army Corps of Engineers deepening and widening project. We're still pushing that in a very significant manner. And you'll continue to hear about that. You'll be receiving some briefings soon on where we stand with the Army Corps in partnership with Department of Environmental Protection on the water quality certificate and certification, as well as the work that needs to be done by National Marine Fisheries and NOAA on the biological opinion. So that continues to be a little bit of a moving target. It will be the most complex project ever undertaken by the Army Corps of Engineers. But it also means it will be the most environmentally sensitive, the most monitored, most scrutinized project ever undertaken. But the fact that we have the reef, the type of structures that we have, it's driving up the cost and it's driving up the complexity. But your staff is working diligently with the federal partners, our state partners as well, to make sure that that project actually leaves the environment in a much better manner. Just again, a couple of capital project updates. Construction is underway on the reimagining of the cruise terminal number 4. And I smile when I say that because I was in there the other day, and how can you not walk into that terminal, even in construction, and not smile? Never, ever in my career did I think I would look down on the floor and see a mark from a construction company that said, "This point is the corner of the ear." I never thought I'd see that. It's reality. It's reimagining. It was a dream. And I think the fact that the Disney Dream is the first vessel that comes here is extremely poignant for us. In many ways, it means more for Broward County and the citizens when you talk about in excess of $100 million of annual economic impact and more than 1,100 jobs supported purely by the redevelopment of Terminal 4. Anticipated final completion date for the Southport Turning Notch project extension, including delivery of the 3 new Super Post-Panamax trains, January 2024. The adjacent phase, the Phase 9A container yard, what I call the North 40, is expected sometime around April of 2025. So a little bit more than a year to be able to fully close that out. And then, of course, the Slip-On expansion project, it's underway with the widening of the existing petroleum berth from 300 to 450 feet, allows us the opportunity to handle 2 simultaneous vessels in the Aframax size between 80 and 120,000 deadweight tons. Private sector right now, this is a partnership, this is a P3. Private sector is installing new manifold systems, new piping systems. Construction for the widening phase will begin summer of 2025, completion sometime in 2028. Funding includes $72 million in state grants and reimbursements. And that's broken up into $43.5 million that was allocated to us last year in the FDOT work plan, and then an additional $27.5 million set forth by Department of Environmental Protection for the accommodation of handling some historical contamination that's in sight. It's a petroleum terminal. We're going to have to deal with that. FDEP is stepping up in partnership with the port and allowing us the opportunity to be able to attack that. As mentioned, the port, we recently completed the work on the shore power project. We're going to be doing that, and as mentioned before, as part of the CIP, a significant investment being made by our friends at RCL, which will be able to accommodate Celebrity, Silversea, Royal, and a new office building and parking structure. So you'll be hearing a heck of a lot more about that in the not-too-distant future. Any questions? And I've hit you with
First of all,
quite a bit.
that was an extremely thorough report, Jonathan.
Thank you.
Really just wow effect at the end of the day. So, and your knowledge and your expertise with you and your team is just outstanding.
Thank you.
Normally, we just kind of just go round robin here. I know that Commissioner Ryan just came and joined us. Commissioner
Do we,
Ryan,
do we need to do it again?
welcome. So we're gonna do Port Everglades this way, then we're gonna to airport this way, so everybody gets a chance to talk. So, Vice Mayor, you kick us off with the port.
I get to be first after you have pretty much told us everything.
Thank you.
I have a
Thank
checklist
you.
here of questions.
Well, thank you.
They're almost all checked off. I just wanted to, thank you because really this is such an incredible economic engine for
Thank you.
for our county, and the fact that it's so well balanced among the 3 legs there is really incredible too. So
Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask, and maybe there's really nothing going on, but we always hear about the airport, Mr. Gale, and and flooding and everything, and I'm just wondering, what is going on with the port in terms of the times like we've had these recent events, and
Yep.
what are you preparing for? What has happened, just so that we could just get a sense of what's going on there as well.
Sure, and I think we point to you point to a 1,000-year storm, and people say it's once in 1,000 years. Hopefully, it never happens during our lifetime, but it did. Now we're forced to deal with it in many ways. I will tell you that your port's infrastructure performed very well. When you consider the sheer amount of water that we had in that short period of time, there was little flooding. There was some flooding in some areas. We actually shut down McIntosh Road the area to the primary container terminal in Southport for a period of time, but it was only for a couple hours. When it opened back up, we had a situation where CBP's radiation portal monitors went down because of some water intrusion, so it was fairly minimal. The next day, they were back up in operation. Within 36 hours, cruise was back. We had some wet carpet in Terminal 2, but other than that, there was not a lot of significant flooding. And some of our outflows in our canals, some of the pumps were overwhelmed. So certainly you saw what fell back toward the Dynergy property, towards Cliffberry, and they did suffer. And they're currently in some temporary facilities, but that's off-site. Talk about it kind of in the area itself of the port. We were very, very pleased with the way in which our infrastructure itself performed. Now, is there more that we can do? Absolutely, because this is a port that is a system. It's a system of crews, and the facilities there, it's a system of container and cargo operation, and it's a system of the energy sector. What hurt us collectively at that time was not only the berms that performed the way they should, they held water instead of fuel from a catastrophic failure, the ability to pump off because of some of the areas that are used to basically hold water flooded. So part of the process that we went through with FDOT in the next few weeks, are there a few projects on the port site that would allow us the opportunity, whether it's cleaning out ditches, whether it's expansion of a water channel that allows to handle more water. All of those things are being evaluated and looked at as more of a resiliency program itself. So it's being looked at collectively, not only at Port Everglades, but the other fuel facilities at Canaveral and Tampa, Jacksport, and anywhere else that it's handled. So we are handling in a system. It doesn't mean that the port's not evaluating options to be able to improve its facilities, its roadways, its ability to handle water. Because as we've seen this summer, not only in that one event, we're getting water all the time. And it's the saturation that allows it, then you see it build up on top of that. So we were extremely pleased with how the roadways, the terminals for the most part performed. There was some ponding and puddling down in the Southport area, which are things that are going to be addressed over time. But I think overall we were very pleased to be able to do that. Certainly did not have the type of impact that we saw with what Mark went through at the airport.
Right. Thank you. And one last question.
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to be clear, these all the personnel, the salaries, Monica, this all comes out of the enterprise, right? It's funded that way?
That's correct.
Okay, so does that percent of increase with BSO, are these full-time people? Is the FRS included in that? Because
Correct.
that is a mandated inclusion, which did not happen actually on our side, that it was
Yep.
thought of as something that needs to be included in that budget.
Yes, ma'am, it is, and that was one of the increases that you saw within that 10% on the DLE, just because of the FRI components with the hazard activities. All of that is included in any of the calculations that you see.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice. Commissioner Dean?
Thank you, Jonathan. Kind of hard to question a budget that shows a 39% increase in revenues and a much smaller increase in expenses. And I think it's a testament to the great job that you do at the port. And I think it's a testament to the triumvirate type of port that we are, which didn't always, or four-pronged port we are, which didn't always, that was in question at certain times. I know the cruise companies in the past have come to us and saying, get rid of some of the other stuff. We want this to be more of a cruise port. But I think the foresight by the Port Everglades team and the county team was very important. Not really a question, just more of a comment, and I'm going to make the same one probably after Mark Gale gives his report, which I know in reading it was going to be amazing also. I think that at some point the port and the airport should get together, and I know they do all the time, and I think they need to talk about whether there's going to be some kind of resiliency study in the future as a capital type of budgeted item. I don't know the answer to these, and I don't even want to hear any more about 1,000-year storms, because regardless of what your belief is politically on climate change or whatever it is, there's just way more water, and it's going to continue. So I think it's important that we, at some point, kick off some kind of resiliency study. I don't know if it's in this year's budget or next year's budget, but I think it's got to be on the table for both economic engines.
Which is perfect, because we'll bring in Lenny, bring in Dr. Gerardo and
Right.
the experts to guide us through that, because any project that we put, anytime you create impervious surface on
Right.
either facility, it impacts the ability to hold water. Yes, sir.
And along those lines, and again, this isn't like an ask for me, but I think this is something that needs to be collectively on both of your radars. And I kind of know it is because I've spoken to you about it before. When you see the security costs between police, fire, EMS in the port and the airport, at some point there has to be some kind of comprehensive study done together with those two economic engines, and probably even in the convention center complex just because of its location. And we may need to bring in some kind of independent third-party expert to look at this and tell us if we're doing it correctly, which I assume we are, if there's better ways we can be doing this, or if there's some improvements that can be made. And I know that would probably be a time period
Yeah.
and larger dollar study, but I think when you start talking about the numbers that we're talking about with all the security, it's time to take a look at that
Yes, sir.
on all the levels.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
And those are going to be my two questions to Mark Gale, so he knows those in advance, so he can probably tailor his whole presentation around Michael.
Just to
you
answer
need
his questions,
Two
Mark.
questions.
And I appreciate, we got the comments, he gets the questions.
Right.
Perfect. That's exactly the way it should be. Thank you, sir.
I'm complimentary, and I realize the importance of the shore power issue, because I know I've spoken to a lot of the leadership in the different cruise lines. If we don't do this, and if we don't make this investment, we will lose that cruising.
Correct.
Because these companies, by their guidelines, corporate-wise, have to get to net zero at certain points, and this is too big of a component. So if this doesn't happen, it would be a big loss for us. So I want to make sure that we, and I know we are,
Thank you.
stay on track for
Yes, sir.
everything there. And the last thing that I'll say is, I'm encouraged by what's happening at the port with, I guess you call it east-west traffic in
East-west,
from
yes.
Asia and from
Yes.
some of the bigger places. I'm hoping that can continue. I know
Mm-hmm.
there's issues with the Panama Canal now about what ships can get through and what's going on, but I just think the diversity with these new gantry cranes is just a big win for this economic engine.
Correct.
Those are my
Correct.
questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you,
Senator-
sir.
Senator Geller?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Daniels' series of 132 short questions. No, just kidding.
With how many parts per?
Exactly, you knew that.
Yes, sir.
And by the way, one of the things just to follow up on what Commissioner Udian said, if you have 15 1-in-100-year storms in 20 years, then I think they have an incorrect definition of what a 1-in-100-year
Absolutely.
storm or 1-in-1,000-year storm is. But a couple questions. First, I want to talk about the energy part. And on some of the things I may ask you, you may say you'd prefer to speak offline, which in which case, please follow up. Is there, I'm thrilled with how well we're doing. I know that sporadically there's discussion of pipelines coming here that could divert part of that. Are there any pipelines currently being discussed that would be bringing fuel into South Florida as opposed to being used to send it out from Port Everglades?
I'm not aware of any discussions at this time.
Okay. Number two, in terms of, I don't think we're going to need to worry about this in 10 years and maybe not in 20, but I think at some point we're looking towards decrease in using the fossil fuels. I presume that you are building this into your very long-range planning?
Yes, short-term and long-term. The reason that you see the budget the way it is right now, basically on the barrel count from one year to the next, is taken into consideration a conservative estimate that the EV use could increase.
I don't think it'll happen anytime soon, but I think it will happen.
Yes.
Okay.
And that will be central as well to our discussion points during the master vision plan.
And number three, with everything that's happening with war in Ukraine, America has been emerging as a significant exporter of natural gas to Europe. Right now, it seems that Houston is where almost all of it comes out of, and they're overloaded. Have there been any plans where closer to Europe? Has there been any discussion about any increase in shipping LNG out of Port Everglades as an alternative?
No, there has not been. An export facility would be extremely different to a bulk side from what we do right now. Right now, we do have 40-foot tank tankers that are certified that move small amounts down into the islands as a clean fuel alternative. We're just not set up for that type of activity, that type of storage, and that's more relegated to some of the rural areas in the Gulf Coast.
Which would make sense.
And it was, a great example is in Pascagoula, Mississippi. The Kinder Morgan facility was originally an import facility, 100%. They brought one ship in there to test it, decommissioned it for a period of time, and now what they're doing is looking at changing the valve structure to make it an export facility. So it is occurring in the United States. So if you take a look at not only the natural gas, but what's projected in the next year for crude oil production in the United States, there needs to be additional capacity for the export market. We're not seeing that right now through us. We're an import facility, realizing that our fuel comes in primarily from the Gulf. All right, so we are the recipient of that type of activity, but it's the jet, it's the gasoline, it's the diesel that's coming in out of the Gulf Coast.
Gotcha. Second big question is on the CIP. I noticed there's roughly a $70 million delta between our income and our expenses. Does that $70 million go towards paying the capital, your bonds or whatever from CIP?
There is money that's put in there for reserves for bond and additional bond payment. But this is not a fully funded program based on expenditures of the port. This is an amalgamation of monies that would be spent from a variety of sources, if I'm stating that correctly.
And debt service is really the
That's
delta
what I
there.
was
That,
talking
yeah,
about. Right.
delta,
Yeah.
the delta
The
and the
delta's going,
CIP. It's
but
going towards the
if
CIP.
you're bringing in roughly 200 and your expenses are 130,
Yes.
I'm assuming that other 70
Yes.
is going towards
That is
debt
correct. Debt service, yes.
Okay, and we have I think it was 737 million.
Yes.
CIP, we're bringing in enough revenue to cover that without needing any general county funds, correct?
Other the general county funds, that is correct, but we anticipate not next year, but maybe in the future, evaluating some type of bond component to pay for some portion of these. At this point, the way that our CIP program and our investment program is working, there's not a need for us to go into the market. We went into the market last year with an offering at approximately $125 million. We don't know what level that would be going forward, but Commissioner, we do not anticipate going into the market this year.
And my last question is, and this applies to the airport as well, but I think even more with you. Obviously, we're landlocked, and the port keeps growing in revenue and what we're doing, but your area, it doesn't particularly grow. Have there been any discussions, and you may not be able to share them publicly if that is the case, about acquiring additional adjacent land or very close land to expand the port? And again, only tell me if you can do so.
Well, I'll tell you certain components of that, because there's, if you're looking at more capacity,
last
you can do it.
question.
You can do it in a couple ways. One is you can acquire new land, or you can utilize your space differently. So what we are doing in many respects is evaluating and talking with the marine terminal operators about densification, the way in which they can increase capacity on the space that we have. We did look at a piece of property a couple of years ago, got outbid for it. Thankfully, what is being built there is a 200,000 square foot warehouse financed 100% by the private sector. They're stepping up and realizing that Port Everglades is an economic development engine that allows them to be profitable. So CGIS is in the process of completing that facility. Bridge is building one about a half a mile away from that. Nearly 400,000 square feet of private investment that allows port users to be able to utilize that space. You always look at what options are out there. You have to do the return on investment, the cost for development. Unfortunately, we're fairly low in this area. So acquiring the property is only part of it. If there were anything out there, there's the cost of the redevelopment of that, sometimes approaching $500,000 to $1 million an acre to be able to get that usable.
Well, just in closing, I think that most of us brag about our airport and seaport directors, and
Thank you.
I know I do, so great job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Commissioner McKenzie.
Yes, it was a very good presentation. You did a good job.
Thank you.
Also, I want to thank you for the tour I had, I think, last month. It's always exciting and a teachable moment when you can go out and touch, see how things really work. We can read and we can hear the presentations, but what I did see was a demonstration of some of the questions that was asked today.
Yes.
The actual private investment really piqued my interest in terms of how do we grow there and not incur those costs. So that was very, very rewarding. You mentioned that we were the big three, but you kind of said we aren't the big three anymore, and you kind of broke your pie up. What did you mean by that?
All right, big three is in a couple ways. One is the big three of the way in which we see our revenue base. We've always been known as a diverse port, primarily in a third, a third, a third. So cruise, energy, cargo.
Okay.
Cruise has always been kind of the leader in that. We lost that. So we were the big three at that point, which was cargo, energy, and then break bulk, real estate. So we just broke it down a little bit differently, but our three primary lines of business are still always cruise, cargo, and energy. But I think you all should be rest assured that we continue to focus on bulk, break bulk, and other opportunities to strengthen that diversity. And we also talk about it simplistically within staff. We want to be diverse within our diverse lines of business. Hence what you see going on in cruise. Disney, Viking, Azamara, Crystal. More programs that are coming in there that takes the diversity and continues to span across. Almost 4 years ago now, when I was getting ready to talk with the search committee here, one of the things I saw in business intelligence, specifically by Fitch, saying great diversity, but in the cruise line, there is a reliance on two primary corporations. It's true. Now, within those corporations, for instance, with Royal Caribbean Group, Silver Sea, Celebrity, and Royal Caribbean. But our preferential berth agreements were with two organizations. So we now have three agreements with Royal Caribbean, with Carnival Corporation, and Disney, and one that approached us, a small, in the ultra-high luxury, that approached us about some type of agreement going into the future. Again, they're seeing what we want to do is create diversity within those lines. As Commissioner Udine talked about, not only are we great north-south, that east-west,
Yeah.
that is really creating diversity within that line. So that's how I broke that up, sir.
Okay, well, I like the growth, and I also want to know, how do we rank with other ports in terms of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, the top 10?
Oh man, the competitive. You just got my competitive juices flowing here on this one. As far as container ports in the state of Florida, we are number 3. Miami and Port Canaveral, with their focus on a lot of the bulk cruise operations, their numbers are up above us. Canaveral actually overtook Miami this year as the cruise capital of the world, numbers-wise. That will probably change when the new MSC cruise terminal opens up in the not-too-distant future down in Miami. So they'll trade back and forth. And that's allowed us the opportunity to be able to fill the gap with the ultra-high luxury and the premier lines. As far as containers are concerned, we're narrowing the gap, but it's Jacksonville, Miami, and Port Everglades. Now, we're number one in the perishables market, and we're number one, usually number one or number two by a few barrels in regard to fuel and energy operations. As far as containers are concerned, we're in the top 15 in container ports in the United States. So we rank very well there, and it's all about cargo throughput and such. And the focus that Miami is putting on crews, taking some property away that used to be container storage yard, we're going after the group that's right in front of us. We always want to jump up in the rankings, so that's our next spot.
Okay. And I'm wrapping up. But also, I know I was teasing with you and Monica earlier about giving some money. You know, I was teasing, but when I left that tour, I started paying attention to other port directors and where we ranked. So I obviously asked questions that I wanted out in the public. But I would like to know, Monica, maybe you can help me here. How are we in comparison with other port directors, managers, or whatever they title the persons like Mr. Daniels in terms of salaries? I'd like to see that if you can come back and bring it to us. Because and I know a little bit about you, not so much that I know you personally, but I'm getting to know you. I kind of studied where you came from, and I'm glad to have you here.
Thank you.
I don't want you to go anywhere, especially while I'm here. And I just want to visit that and look at it and make sure that we don't want anyone dangling anything that would take some of the great personnel or staff that we have here, which is being echoed every time one of these microphones come on. And you hear it in the communities and some of these networking opportunities we go to. You hear about how wonderful of a job we're doing. So not just with you, but I hear yours over and over again. So I just want to look at that and maybe come back and revisit it. That is the end of my
Thank you,
inquiries.
Commissioner. And as Mr. Daniels talked about, we don't want any poaching on that end.
No
As he
poaching.
mentioned about poaching was a good thing in port, right?
And I
Farrell?
did want to just chime in because that is a really good point, Commissioner, that, we, one of the things we get to brag about is the fact that we're the only county in the country that has an airport, a seaport, and our Visit Lauderdale, our Convention and Visitors Bureau economic engines all under the auspice of county government. That is both a blessing and a curse on some levels because while it is wonderful because we can work together and have synergistic vision and strategy and focus for those enterprises, it also is a bit of a competition challenge, if you will, because some of these other airports and seaport directors around the country operate under authority structures where they report directly to a separate entity, a separate board of directors, and they are not restricted under a governmental structure like the one that we are currently, obviously, that we currently have. So that is a challenge. So when I bring that information back to you, you're going to see a disparity amongst airport and seaport directors, because I'll be happy to do both of those analyses for you, because that's kind of the same body of questioning that I get from time to time as well when we're looking at salary structures within our own position categories here in the county. So thanks for the question.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Rogers.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I too must say very thorough presentation. I'm not surprised, because you're always a belly off the ball whenever you do your presentation. But I will focus a little bit on the enterprise, and I heard Monica's statement as to some of the things that we might not be able to do because we're on the government side. As you're at your port, and your cargo must get off your port site and get onto our roadways. And I go back to Tallahassee's, Steve, when we were looking at the gaming and making, or talking to the Seminoles, and they were talking about traffic going into that property, and all of the cities wanted to make sure the impact of that facility is recognized, and there's some funding going off port side into the community. So I'm looking at your budget and I'm trying to see how does this awesome enterprise contribute to anything off of the port site? If there's such a thing as the port impacting the broader community, and how do we work with the communities? All right, so I'll let you answer that.
Ports, it doesn't matter whether it's Port Everglades, LA, Long Beach, Seattle, ports impact the community. It's just, you are point source loading cargo, containers, people. There will be an impact, certainly. It is our role and the role of the Department of Transportation with FDOT to evaluate ways to be able to mitigate that, to be able to spread the impact out and not point source load. We're doing that in many respects. We're doing that and will continue to be a part of our master vision plan that will go out. There were additional phases, phase 2, phase 3 of projects that are going to be receiving certainly much more emphasis in this next master vision plan. Part of it happens to be the 595 flyover project that's in the CIP. We have the luxury, and to our detriment a little bit, to have significant flow of people and goods. Congestion to a certain point is good. It means that you're moving people, you're moving product. How do you begin to separate that out? How do you begin to separate out from the industrial traffic from the traffic associated with passengers? We're going to do that. The kickoff meeting, taking a look at the alternatives analysis to be able to come off of McIntosh and dump on the 595, 595 dumping on the McIntosh, is not only an enhancement for cargo flow, it's a separation at the corner of Eller and McIntosh of industrial traffic, for the most part, from the cruise traffic and the POVs. That is a significant increase in safety and efficiency for the port. We also saw how important our checkpoint system is during the pandemic. Because of cost-cutting measures, we actually shut down the Eisenhower Gate for a period of time coming off the 17th. You think you've made people mad? Make people mad when they can't get out for lunch on the 17th. It's difficult. So to make sure that we're seeing the type of infrastructure, the type of gate structure, the type of access into and out of the port that allows us the opportunity to be able to meter it, so we meet the safety as well as the security means. And also the project, the port bypass road, will be a significant impact to traffic. Now you throw in there some of the other things that are being evaluated associated with supporting the convention center and the hotel there, and you're looking at a complex that is as advanced in handling people as you're going to see anywhere, in any city, any municipality, maybe throughout the world in some respects. And it's being noticed. The investments that are being made by the county and by the port, from a cruise line president and CEO the other day, called the hotel, the convention center, Terminal 2 and Terminal 4, and the parking structures as the best cruise complex in the world. This isn't me saying it. This is me saying verbatim what was said. The investments that are being made, the forward-looking nature under which the county, the leadership, the policymakers, and those that implement that policy is being noticed on a global scale. Enhance that with the Seaport Airport connector, with additional parking capacity, how we handle people coming into and out, adding hospitality and tourism, adding lodging establishments. My gosh, I am sorry about this, but the Convention Center Hotel has been claimed as the cruise hotel by this company. They just absolutely love what is being done, and they love being a part of it as well. And they can see the future by what's been put forth by this organization.
Awesome. So let me take you back to the statement that was also made that the county resources, when would the county provide funding, regardless of where you get it from, to this enterprise that's independent with a budget of their own. Give me an example of when and how.
When the county will, I mean, we're self-generating. You know,
That's what I know.
Self-contained.
Yep, we are self-contained.
So there's no, there's
No,
no
there were
reason.
there were
There's
pandemic
not-
there were
enterprise
small
funds about.
No,
It's
that's
self-contained.
what
Fully
it
understand,
separate.
but I know there was a statement made about not needing county resources. Why would that statement be necessary if this enterprise
Mm-hmm.
is supposed to be self-supporting? I don't envision any,
I think it may be a point of emphasis that the organization that is the port does not rely on is strong. You know, we're in a position right now with solid reserves, rebuilt reserves. They give us a significant amount of days on cash, and that just shows the team here that manages the money and treats it like their own. I mean, it is an organization that watches every expenditure, every penny, down to how we travel, when we travel, who travels. There's no expenditure that is taken for granted, and that is, you know, the fact that we are self-sufficient. Just there's a pride associated with that. Is that we have resource capacity, administrative capacity that we call upon all the time. That's the partnership that really makes it work.
okay, talk to me about the foreign trade zones that are off port site, and how does that benefit the broader community, and how do you value?
Yeah, we're the grantee of Foreign Trade Zone 25, which provides us the opportunity to administer the Foreign Trade Zone. The Foreign Trade Zone can be used for duty deferral. It can be used for manufacturing, and the flexibility that was provided through the Alternative Site Framework program has really allowed us the opportunity to isolate it down. It used to be that you would have a certain amount of acreage that you could then disperse. Now you can wrap it around businesses that ultimately need it because they're involved in some type of international activity. And again, the litmus test, because of the cost associated with being in that program, if you pay duties of more than $50,000 a year, foreign trade zone very well may be for you. It's about also getting the word out about what the trade zone can do to small businesses, large businesses. And I've had the opportunity to see small traders that work with foreign companies on bringing in and then distributing small goods, or it very well could be a situation where you're looking at a large multinational that's bringing in crude oil into other ports and then refining that into finished product. It's all over. It's all over. Now it's making sure that we can deploy and get that information out. And as we've talked with you and others, we are preparing to do that, to provide that access to that network that is the foreign trade zone.
Okay, can you speak to the value to that community where that foreign trade zone is located, and tell me the impact of what is happening with the Panama Canal and our port here?
It's all about it's all we talk about job creation. We talk about the ability to have that type of system available in the foreign trade zone that allows them the opportunity to be more cost efficient and ultimately create more jobs. That's both simple and complex. The port is an economic development agency with transportation at its core. So it's about new hours, it's about new jobs created, quality jobs that are created for the community. This is another resource that could allow a business that's doing business internationally to be able to either solidify what they're doing or expand their operations long term. And then the Panama Canal. Congestion. They're seeing droughts down in that area. So there are restrictions that are being put forth that allow for only vessels that approach 44 feet in draft. That's the largest. They're also limiting the amount of transits and allowing that the opportunity to serve as a way in which they're not using the amount of water that's necessary. It takes about 56 million gallons in order to flush and send a vessel through. And again, that's coming out of, that's fresh water. So the fact that that's being drawn out of the lake system there truly is impacting not only transportation, but it's impacting the people and their access to the water resource. And so it is impacting. It's impacting even the schedule associated with what we may be looking at for our crane arrival. Glenn the other day was evaluating the vessel that will be picking up our cranes and then coming through. Now, they won't be coming back through the Panama Canal with our cranes. They'll take the route and go around South Africa. But its transit to get back into Shanghai is going to be impacted, has been impacted thus far. Size of vessel, schedule, new services that we're looking at. They're talking about having to be out at a certain time, but the fact is they could be queued up there for 3 weeks waiting to get through. And then if you're a walk-up, who knows when you're going to get through. So it is impacting. I think it's a little bit more impactful, though, on some of the larger vessels that are trying to seek the opportunity to come through there because of the draft restrictions.
Thank you for your answer.
No, thank you.
And we'll continue the conversation
Absolutely.
about the foreign trade zones.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, back to you.
Thank you, Commissioner Rogers. Commissioner Ryan?
You know, it was interesting when you talked about, the advancements with Terminal 2 and Terminal 4, and specifically, the new hotel and, the parking garage, because when we spent, was it about $130 million parking, building that parking garage, I mean, I was amazed at how much it cost, but we are really getting apparently a very strong return on investment there, and I guess you're going to rename the Omni Hotel to the Disney Hotel.
Whatever it takes to bring in the next line. Thank you.
We'll talk about that, Mr. Daniels.
I had an issue on the discussion of the Army Corps of Engineers, big project on deepening and widening the port. And, it's been very bedeviling for us, to get through the environmental permitting and all of those, steps. But I think, I keep hearing we're almost there. So what's the latest and the greatest?
We're getting there. I'm not going to use we're almost there. A little bit of a change. It's been frustrating. First of all, hats off to all of you for the continued support of the of the project. Because of the complexity of the project, meaning the handling of the corals, the construction methods, seagrass, and everything else, it's added time, it's added cost. Throw in there the migratory patterns associated with the manatees, and all of a sudden you end up with a very limited time each year under which you can actually do any type of the rock conditioning or any type of the removal of the project or of the product. So within that, we're back in the draft supplemental environmental impact statement zone, where even though we did receive the New Starts designation, and that put us into construction, but we still needed to complete the environmental evaluation. And that's the state that we're in right now. For a long time, we've been at odds with the Army Corps of Engineers. They've known that. We've known that. Army Corps of Engineers and the port are lockstep right now. I will tell you, they are partnered through and through. May change next week, but no, for the most part, again, we understand the frustration that all of us are going through. On the state side, DEP. It's a situation where they issue the water quality certificate. Again, they agreed to the amount of corals. They've agreed to all of that. Where we're having some issues right now is the difficulties on the federal side is National Marine Fisheries, before they start their biological opinion, is evaluating and demanding, in some regards rightfully so, significantly more information from the Army Corps. Some of the information they are asking for has never been requested before in any project. So that has created a level of frustration that is extremely difficult to work through. There also are some demands on additional coral growth and relocation, even though that there was a number that was agreed to in the past by all parties involved. And that number of 720,000 corals, plus or minus, is unheard of. But for this type of project, acceptable. So you have the pride of having the most complex, the most scrutinized, but the most environmentally sensitive project undertaken by the Corps. Now, within that, National Marine Fisheries is going back and, again, demanding additional information. We are demanding that what they're telling us to do is science-based. Don't tell us that you want us to do something like add corals, move this, unless there's science behind it. As we have made the statement to National Marine Fisheries, we don't want to be a science project. We want to be a project that is based on science and the latest science. They understand that, they accept that, and now with some of the changes they're requesting in additional corals, we're asking for the science behind that. Once they start the biological opinion, the clock starts, and they have 135 days to be able to give that to Army Corps of Engineers and give that to us. So they're under a critical time frame under which they don't want to start that clock until they have all the data. Now, I will say that what they are doing is taking what data is coming in from the Army Corps, the science behind that and everything else, and they are doing some of the work behind the scenes. But you're looking at a project that now, that in the last in the last 3 years, and I take this personally because I've been here for 3 years now, it's added time to the tune of maybe up to 5 years, and it's gone from a project in excess of $500 million to $1.35 billion. And we've talked about those numbers. But again, just to reiterate where we are right now, but it's impacting the work that we're doing. It's minimizing the investment that you all have made in the facilities, in the cranes, in the berths, in everything else that's being done. All of it has been done with the notion that at some point we would be deeper, we would be wider. And it's not just to get down into Southport, but it's to support the main turning basin. It's getting into slip one when she's reconfigured. It's allowing us the opportunity to widen. And it all starts out with a project that seemingly gets lost, and that's the redevelopment of the Coast Guard Station.
You know, that's a very important observation about time is money, and to go from 500 million to 1.35 billion, you know, is unbelievable. Even with these increases in construction costs, you know, it's just as long as with your discussions with the National Marine Fisheries. I mean, there's a emphasis that you can't keep moving the goalpost. That, you know, we have a couple of research universities with, you know, NOVA and FAU, you know, right there in the area. So, you know, we can assist on the research, but, I mean, don't just keep making more and more difficult criteria. So hopefully we'll make some progress there. And, you know, in light of the fact that we have all of this additional, you know, infrastructure funding and that, you know, that big bill that passed last year, there still seems to be a lot of money out there, and some of our more influential congresspersons have really, you know, done a heck of a job. In particular, I'm thinking about Debbie Wasserman Schultz, and I'm thinking about Lois Frankel and everything they've done to assist the port. So I know you have good communications with them.
We do.
You know, one thing to emphasize on this deepening and widening is our competition. When you go up to Congress, if you talk about, you know, our competition internationally as opposed to the competition between the various ports, you know, Port of Miami, Port of Savannah, and the rest of it, I think is a more fruitful discussion, and this is in relation to the deepening and widening. So I know you're doing a lot of work there, and also want to, you know, thank, you know, your deputy, Glenn Wilshire, because he helped a lot when we got that money for moving the Coast Guard station. And him being a former Coast Guard officer.
He has a little insight on that crew.
Yeah, didn't hurt at all. So just wanted to mention that, and you know, you're showing like, you know, we're getting close to the end on the turning notch. So no other, you know, big problems there as you finish this up, because we've been, geez, that was about a $500 million project just in and of itself.
471, the largest infrastructure project ever undertaken by the port. Yes, sir.
And then one last thing. You know, there's been some talk about how, you know, with all the heat that we have this summer, you know, that FP&L plant is like, you know, getting that capacity. And we have that peaker plant that's, you know, right off, you know, Griffin Road and east of 441. But what are you, you know, hearing about, you know, as far as capacity and how the operations are? I mean, I know that this is, you know, this is an operation that's, you know, private or a regulated utility, not so much you folks, but I mean, what are your observations there?
You know, the observations, I mean, we haven't seen a blip other than the increase in the rates, which we certainly understood for a variety of reasons they were going to be putting forward. But they were great in coming and meeting with us and allowing us the opportunity to understand exactly what the rate increases happen to be. Our conversations with them have been around power supply downstream for the shore power project. making sure that on a particular Saturday or Sunday, 8 ships, everybody flips the switch, you could have a significant draw. And the last thing that I want is for Monica to call me on a Saturday morning asking me why all of a certain community is now dark. Or more importantly, why the hospitals are seeing issues and they're having to turn their generators on. Why public safety is being impacted. And they have assured us in many, many, many meetings that the power supply to the port is more than adequate and ultimately meets the needs, not only because we focus on shore power, but also remember the power supply and all the upgrades that were made in anticipation of the cranes coming in, of the new reefer systems that are going to be coming in, the PI, the Port Everglades International Logistics Center, all of that was necessary in the planning from FPL to make sure that the port was properly served. We are properly served right now, and feel very good that their moves that they've made, even turning more green, are moves that are going to benefit us well into the future.
Okay, very good presentation, thanks.
Thank you.
I'll just wind up here because everything obviously has been talked about resilience. Thank you for that. And the parking increase, you explained that as well. Interesting, yesterday at the TDC meeting, there was talk about obviously focusing on tourism, that we don't have a mechanism to have an area for folks coming off the cruise line for their luggage so they can do a day excursion and spend more money here in Broward County. So that was kind of an interesting thought that maybe we can do something in the future about that.
Yes.
And then I concur with Commissioner Ryan. Everybody's said today, but concur that your bench is so deep. With Glenn and his expertise,
Yep.
and then Ms. Brazo and her expertise with the finances. I mean, it just is a great team effort.
It is.
And those who aren't here, I want you to take back a message from the board that we
will.
appreciate them as well.
Thank you. It is this team. I'm delivering the message right now. The two of them and others made sure that I had the proper information, put together this budget, put together a solid budget. I feel very, very good about. I'm actually excited to see it on the other side because we put that 201 out there as a number. That's conservative.
Yep.
So as we see that come across, if I could do one thing, because we oftentimes, as I end here, I just want to talk about the commitment that you all have made. Sometimes it's difficult to see the return on investment. We talk about it in many respects, more passengers, more cargo, more this, more that. But when you have a third party that comes in and validates the investment in this way, I think it's extremely important. Now, the World Bank annually does what's called the CPPI, the Container Port Performance Index. And there's 348 container ports throughout the world that are evaluated under a variety of criteria and efficiency standards. So while not all of our carriers and our marine terminal operators participate in this, it's a cross-section of about 400 vessels that were evaluated. And basically, they come up and calculate so that they understand how quickly a vessel, after it touches, turns and gets off the dock. Because the time that a vessel loses money is when it sits at the dock. So they also came up with a handicap system, those of us that golf, to allow us the opportunity to compete. So a port such as Port Everglades at 1.1 million TEUs is evaluated with a criteria that handicaps us against New York, New Jersey, Savannah, LA, Long Beach, Shanghai, all the big container ports in the world. So within that system, in 2021, so the report that came out in mid-2022 ranked Port Everglades as the 116th most efficient port in the world. Not bad, top third. That's going to get you, if you're in school, that's going to get you probably into most schools of choice. So a great place to be. So, but that's in the world. In North America, we ranked 11th out of 35 ports that were evaluated. Now let's take a look at the investment that you all approved in new cranes, new berth, new capacity. The 2022 report, which just came out earlier this year, took us from 116 to 89th. Very nice increase. In North America, we went from 11th to 5th, behind Boston, Wilmington, Virginia, Jacksonville, and then we're number 5. All right, that is absolutely fantastic. And in the state of Florida, for 2021, we were 4th. Jacksonville, Tampa, actually Miami, Tampa, Jacksonville, Port Everglades. It's now Jacksonville, Port Everglades, Tampa, and Miami.
Very good.
That's a direct return on investment that you, as the commission, approved. So thank you for what the work
Thank you,
that you're
Mr.
doing.
Daniels. Thank you. Thank you so much for
I'm sure that was-
again, the
that was
nice
you, Dean.
presentation, and we look forward to continuing success at our Port Everglades.
Great.
All
Thank you, sir.
Blessings.
Thank you.
Okay.
I give Lori Bear all the credit at the It's the Friday afternoon luncheon.
All right. It's let's just take a quick 10-minute break so we can change spaces here with our airport, and again, 10 minutes max. Okay. And then lunch will be coming in soon. I don't know if this echoes into our offices or not, Commissioner Rogers. I don't know. We got Commissioner McKenzie, Senator Geller. I think the Vice Mayor's here. Jeremy, do your rounds.
They make TV shows about that.
There's Senator Geller. Thank you for coming back.
It is nice. We're going up there for Labor Day, so. Oh, you'll have fun.
Vice Mayor Rich.
All right, we'll follow up on
Talking
that.
to you.
Vice Mayor Rich. You have been summoned.
I don't have.
There's. Hey, Commissioner Ryan. No. Commissioner Ryan, it's this way. It's this way, Commissioner Ryan.
We'll start without him. That's on him. I'll be back. I can't wait to hear what Mark Gale says.
Okay. Vice Mayor. Just checking on Commissioner McKenzie as he walks through the door. Here he is. We could not start without you, sir. We cannot start without you. Okay, we're going to call us back to order here. Commissioner Ryan said he'd be right back, but we're going to continue on with our airport department and aviation. Mr. Perry, do you want to do a grand announcement of Mr. Gale, or
Yes.
give me just?
I'll be happy to do a very brief announcement because that will demonstrate the brevity that I think this next very awesome presenter will be in comparison to our last.
Went from
So-
poaching to brevity?
So we won't be breaking for dinner anytime soon. We'll hope to break for lunch shortly. But in all seriousness, again, we are very happy and proud to bring to you another consummate professional with our director of our airport, our airports, I should say. And once again, we bring to you a proposed and recommended budget that is not just obviously a balanced budget, but one that is very responsible and reflective of the investments that you have made thus far throughout the last year and previous years, but also that will build upon that success and is reflective of, he'll go through, but the recovery that we continue to see and moving in the right direction. So with that, Mr. Gale, Senor Gale.
Here we go. Any questions?
I like him already.
Good afternoon. Well, I don't know if that's clock right. Good morning, good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, colleagues. Was that the house band that was on before me, the warm-up?
Yes, it was.
Was
Yes,
the
sir.
warm-up?
Yes, sir.
There we go. So,
Yes.
I made
The
a com-
lights will be flickering.
I made a comment yesterday after our presentation to the Surtax Oversight Board. Corey Kuflanagan was there giving her presentations and whatnot, and I said that I'm absolutely blessed to work with people like Corey, like Jonathan, like Stacy, but to work for Monica, Kim, and the rest of the team, and my team, of course, obviously at the airport. We joke around a lot, but we work real hard, and we get a lot of things done. That joking may end, as we've talked before. Previous discussion was about water everywhere. I've told you all before that's Jonathan's secret plan to take over the airport, is just fill it with water and bring the cruise ships right up to there and cut the middle guy out. But we're going to do our best to try to make sure that that doesn't happen as we go forward. Thanks for the opportunity to present on our recommended FY24 budget. Much of the slides and the information that you will be presented with is in a format that you have seen before to make it easier to go from year to year to year to see how we're doing. But there are obviously a few highlights that we'd want to touch upon as we go through that are just pertinent and relevant to today's operation in our airport world. So the overview, the table of contents, we'll talk a little bit about our key operating budget highlights. We'll get into the activity summaries, how busy we are, in some cases where we need to be busier. We'll roll into the financial performance on the revenue and the expenses. Talk about our key rates and charges. That's always of keen interest to the board members. Where are we going with our rates and charges? How competitive are we as an airport in the realm of average cost per enplane passenger? And then wrap it up with the capital improvement projects, what we're recommending, a look ahead at the FY24, capital improvement projects and the budget by their funding sources, along with a 5-year snapshot looking ahead. So on the operating budget highlights, you have seen me now for several years make reference to our high water mark, 2019, just pre-pandemic. We've been going back and measuring that for a long time now because we didn't feel like FY 20, 21, 22, and in some cases 23 were fair benchmarks to be using compared to where we were in FY 19. We're kind of starting to slide away from that a little bit because we feel like we've emerged significantly from where we were in the deepest part of the pandemic. And just going back to our previous year, occasionally you'll see us get to a high water mark benchmark, depending upon what the metric is that we're looking at. So fiscal year 23, total employments are forecasted to be at 17.2 million, which is 0.2 million or 200,000 higher than what we actually budgeted for. So we're coming in very close to where we thought we were going to be. Total passenger employments for our budgeted increase, rather, by 6.4% to 18.1 million in FY24, compared to FY23 budget again of 17 million. So we see a significant or healthy increase. It is still not where we were in 2019. Some of our airlines are not on par. They're running off pace where they were, and we're hoping that they're going to continue to improve in the coming year. On the financial side, our performance, our total operating revenue of $416.4 million is budgeted to increase by 11.2% compared to FY23. Operating expenses, $300.8 million, budgeted to increase by 8.3% compared to FY23. So revenue outpacing the expenditures on that side. And then our cost per employment, or CPE, as we refer to it, and our rates and charges. CPE for FY24 is budgeted at $9.99, which is $1 higher than FY23 budget at $8.99. I want to stop there just for a second and bring you back to a session that we had before the summer break when I talked about the allocation of ARPA dollars and an arrangement that we had worked out with our signatory airlines. You may recall that we realized some significant escalation on the Terminal 5 project, and we had attempted to use some federal funding opportunities by way of the bipartisan infrastructure dollars towards the Terminal 5 project, but in the FAA's eyes, it didn't rise or pass muster with them because of the construct that we had in place with JetBlue. We had offered the airlines a couple of different options with respect to covering the cost through a supplemental majority and interest vote, that they would cover the additional debt service for that, or that we, the county, would take the project back and have to redo everything. We would then have access to those federal dollars, but it would take a little bit of time to bring it back, repackage it, and put it back out on the streets. The airlines had said, we'll handle or we'll agree to vote in the affirmative for the increase to the Terminal 5 cost, but we want something in return, if you would. What they wanted in return was for us to apply some of the ARPA monies that we had received from the federal government towards rate reduction or rate stabilization on their side. That's what I brought to you earlier, that $35 million in the ARPA funds that went towards their FY23 charges. Essentially what we're doing is swapping out the airline revenue and replacing it with the ARPA money. So that was $35 million that inured to the benefit of the signatory airlines. Had we not done that, then they would have continued to have to pay their revenues to the airport. You would have seen the same numbers on our balance sheet. And the $35 million in ARPA, we would have carried into FY24. It would have been excess revenue that we would have carried into FY24. And that CPE that you see at $9.99 would have been very close to what it is today. It would have been $8.95, would have been actually 4 cents cheaper. But again, we offered the airlines the choice. You want to roll it into FY24, have the rate stay very close, the aggregate rate stay very close to where it is, or do you want to take advantage of it in FY23? They are our business partners. They all opted that they would rather see that in FY23. That's why you're seeing this effect on the CPE right now. Otherwise, it would have been at $8.94. There is another ARPA piece that we'll get into when we get into the financial statement, but I just wanted to Say, why is it going up by $1? That's the reason why. Landing fees expected to increase to $1.99 in FY24 from the budget of $1.76 in FY23. One of the aspects of what's been happening at the airport with respect to our metrics, airplanes take off and land, that's one count, and you have passengers coming through, that's a separate count metric. We will see today and going forward where aircraft takeoff and landings may not necessarily grow at a significant pace, but you won't see the difference in the passenger count because airlines are what they call upgauging their aircraft. They're putting larger airplanes on the routes. Instead of flying an airplane that has 150 or 160 seats, might have 180, 190 seats on side. And in some cases, certain airlines put more seats on the same plane and reduce seat pitch, not mentioning any names. But that's what happens. So our seat count will remain strong, even though our operational count doesn't necessarily rise at the same level. Less aircraft takeoff and landings, the way that we break out our cost center, the less aircraft takeoff and landings that you have on the airfield, if your cost stays relatively stable, but you're dividing it by fewer takeoff and landings, that's what controls the landing fee for the airport. So fewer landings, you will see the rate actually start to rise. As we get busier and busier again in the coming years, I expect that we will see that number start to migrate south again. Great shot of a lot of different the airlines that provide service to our wonderful airport. As I like to call this, is a very diverse air service portfolio. Right towards the center of that, right center of that, you'll see a Boeing 787 Dreamliner with El Al. Great announcement with El Al inaugurating service to our airport starting this fall, the September-October timeframe, with approximately 6 scheduled charter-type operations. And then the announcement was just recently made about inaugurating regular scheduled service to FLL beginning in April of next year, April 2024, with 2 flights per week. Thank you to all of the commissioners, but I know in particular Commissioner Udine, your efforts talking to the folks. Mayor Fisher, I know you've also met with the El Al folks as well. We're really hopeful that this is going to be just another wonderful addition to our air service component as we continue to grow across the Atlantic. Our trends on our passenger enplanements, red represents international traffic, blue represents our domestic component. You can see where in 2020, again, we took the big dip on the pandemic. We started to climb out. Getting into the 2023, the last 3 bars are the 2023 budget, the 2023 forecast, where we think we're going to wind up with this year, and the 2024 budget for the passenger enplanements. We think we're going to come in rather close, again, slightly higher than what we budgeted originally in FY23. International component continues to come back strong. If you go back all the way to our high water mark again in that 19, 4.5 million international enplanements. Next year, we're looking at approximately 3.9 million. So we still have a little bit more room to get back to where we were on the international enplanements, but we're getting stronger and stronger. On the other hand, you can see domestic activity in the blue at 14.2 million is outpacing where we were in 2019 by some 600,000 or so going forward. So that's helping to make up for it. The notes at the bottom, enplanements to forecast to 17.2 million, 11.8% higher than FY22, and 1.1% higher than FY23 budget. The FY24 forecasted enplanements expected to increase to 18.1 million, or 6.4% above what we budgeted for FY23. Again, year-over-year improvement, still just shy of the FY 2019 mark, but I think we're going to get there. Obviously, there's still a lot of things to play out, as we've talked about in other workshops and whatnot, what might come of the proposed merger between JetBlue and Spirit, and other things that are happening in the airline world, pilot shortages. We're seeing continued labor strife where airlines are struggling to get pilots into the cockpits. Some of the largest airlines are announcing just incredibly big labor deals, paying pilots immense amounts of money. The term poaching was used in the previous presentation. Airlines are definitely poaching from each other in order to get pilots. The outcome of that, however, is there are certain segments where the airlines can't get enough pilots to fly some of the route structure. That particularly has affected what they refer to as the regional or the commuter route structure. Less on our side, but you go into some of the bigger hubs around the country where they fly a lot of smaller airplanes in to connect onto larger airplanes. They're struggling with how to get pilots into some of those smaller aircraft. Our top 10 carriers, year-to-date market share, October through June. You can see that Spirit continues to retain the #1 position in terms of the market share. JetBlue back at around 20%, Southwest just under 15%, Delta and United rounding out the top 5. The top 5 airlines represent 80% of the market share at FLL. We now have 10 signatory airlines. We've used that term before, those that have reached a level of commitment to the airport with respect to the number of operations and the space that they rent, that they are afforded signatory airline status, which provides them with a different rate structure, puts them on the hook for our debt. Should we not make expenditures, cover our expenditures with the revenues, they have to cover that at the end of the year. We now have 10 Silver Airlines regained their signatory status August 1st this month, and Frontier also now has achieved signatory status at the airport. With those 10 signatory airlines, they represent almost 95% of our market share coming through the airport. So our ranking. This number has actually just changed. My apologies, the ACI year-to-date. No, I take that back. Year-to-date, January through April 2023, we are currently ranked 16th in total, 16th in domestic, 10th in international. The numbers that are stuck in my head, because I use them a lot that are not on here, are the official numbers for 2022 that were just released. So your airport is ranked 17th in the nation. There are 30 large hub airports in the United States. FLL ranks 17th in total traffic, total passenger traffic. When you split it out between domestic traffic and international traffic, we rank 20th in domestic traffic, but we rank 11th in international traffic. We are pushing more international passengers through our facility. I don't have the list in front of me, but just use it again, between LaGuardia, Tampa, San Antonio, Chicago Midway, and a few others combined. So our airport, even not being back to where we were 2019 on the international component, we are still in the ring and fighting for some of those top 10 spots going forward. And I think that's keeping us in good shape. These numbers throughout the year will continue to fluctuate. That's why I generally tend to focus in on where did we finish the calendar year, because that's how all airports across not just the U.S. but across the world are eventually ranked. In August of this year, FLL had an average of 237 daily domestic departures, that's commercial airline service, to 81 different cities, and 82 international departures a day to 49 destinations in 25 countries. We are hitting our top 50 domestic markets. It's not shown on here. And we're doing, I think, rather well in the top 25 international markets. As you can see, our service is heavy into places in Canada, Toronto and Montreal in particular, but also into the Caribbean, Latin America, and we continue to look for that, again, expansion back into the transatlantic, into Europe, Scandinavia, Middle East. LAL will be a welcome addition as we start heading there. On the financial performance, nice shot of Terminal 1. For those that use Terminal 1, that is the BC connector, Jimmy Buffett Air Margaritaville over there. Just to the left of that is going to be an Annie Ann's Pizza. Hopefully you all have traveled through that brand new, relatively brand new facility. Our operating revenues. I'm going to point out a few things that I just want you to be aware of because it goes back to some of the conversations we started at the beginning of this presentation. The FY23 budget on the airline revenue side at 152 million. Looks like we'll come in underneath that at about 143 million, weaker than we actually forecast. And we're also weaker where we thought we would be with respect to rental cars. We had budgeted 92 million for rental cars. We look like we're going to come in at 81 or 82 million with rental cars. Two comments on that. The rental car side of the house remains strong. If we went back and we turn back the hands of time, you can see that the actual revenue for rental cars in FY19 was 65 million, and we're looking to bring it in at 81 million this year and a proposed budget of 88 million next year. The rental car industry is strong, but they continue to recover, just like airlines and others, with respect to inventory and being able to get vehicles. Some of you may have experienced renting a car where you thought, well, this is a little long in the tooth. It's got a lot of miles on it, because they're keeping them in their fleets as they continue to work with the car manufacturers to be able to get vehicles in as quickly as they can. We anticipate that rental car number to continue to go north and remain healthy going forward. The other revenue sources, parking, we anticipate that is up. The forecast is for that to be up over our budget. Concession revenues are forecasted to be up over our budget, and other revenues that we collect are also expected to be up over our budget for FY23. If you remember how our budget works, commissioners, as a residual-based airport, we generally start to take the expenditures that we have, inclusive of debt service, and then take a look at the non-airline revenues, the parking, the concessions, the rental car, and whatever that revenue requirement is left over to make our expenditures and our debt service becomes the airline revenue requirement. Again, that fluctuates every single year for them, and that's why you will see on the August 22nd commission meeting the first announcement for the setting of the public hearing for rates and charges in Chapter 39, because we fluctuate that every single year. There is an adjustment on the revenue on the FY23 number of $60 million that we were pulling from what we refer to as our rate stabilization fund. They were CARES funds that we thought we would apply in FY22. That ended up not being the case. We chose to apply them in FY23. That's added revenue onto our sheet here for a total operating revenue of $424 million. There's another adjustment in the FY24 budget of $36 million that you see, $36,053,000. When I made reference to our ARPA funds earlier and the arrangement that we made with the airlines for the $35 million, that was the first $35 million out of our $110 million allocation that we got from the federal government. So $35 million went right away. We're taking an additional $30 million, which is in that $36 million, and applying it to our FY24 as a revenue adjustment. It helps our coverages with our debt service, and it also helps our rate structure. But we're keeping the balance of it right now in a rate stabilization fund. Should something go wrong in FY24, we'll have a little bit of cushion, about $40 million or so, that we can fall back on. If there's no recession activity, we don't have anything else that knocks us off kilter, then the money that we have left in that rate stabilization fund, more likely than not, will roll into our FY25 budget and also work to help keep our rates as low as we possibly can for our business partners. The way we break up our budget in the pie charts, as you can see, again, just going from FY23 to FY24, airline revenues increased by 2%, meaning the airline revenues are making up more of our revenues, 2% more of our revenues this year, or proposed in the FY24 budget, than last year. Rental cars, a little bit less than where they were in the FY23. And you're saying, Mark, you just told me that the revenues are expected to go up. Why is this less? Because the overall revenue pie has grown. If you go back to the previous slides, at 374 total operating revenue to 452. So the pie is growing. That's why the percentages are changing slightly on there. Parking stays about the same. Concession revenue stays just about the same, and other stays about the same. About 1% change in all of those. The expenditure side, again, if we go over towards the right-hand side, you'll see our FY23 budget for salary, wages, and benefits is forecasted to come in pretty much right on target. You will see an increase, approximately $8 million increase in salary, wages, and benefits. Again, whether that's wage increases, compensation increases. We are requesting to add 12 positions to our workforce at the airport. Adding those 12 positions brings us back right in line with where we were at the start of the pandemic. We had cut a number of positions, and we've gradually worked our way back towards that. So the 12 positions, if approved, will bring us right back in line with where we were with FY19-20 levels. Contractual services continues to grow in some components. You can see that custodial, we had budgeted $24 million. Looks like we're going to come in just a little bit over $23 million for the forecast, and we're budgeting $23 million for the FY24. Shuttle services, those buses that are riding around, providing service not only for our employees to get back and forth to the employee lot, but from the rental car center to the terminals, staying fairly flat at the $22.9 million. Other contractual services where we see some significant increases, that falls primarily in the areas of contracted security services. You may recall that as we went through the different agencies, the port, the airport, and then on the general fund side, the courthouse issue, the airport identified three different areas or three different contracts for services, contract services. Two contracts at the airport, one that is geared primarily towards employee screening, and there is a move to actually take virtually all airports in a progressive fashion to screen all employees 100%. We're already there. We're well ahead of the curve on that. I'm proud that we are. Thank you for your support on that. It does not come cheap, but we are confident that we maintain a high level of security posture with doing all that employee screening. The other big increase that we're seeing, it's nearly $2 million, is in the area of contracted services under information technology or information services. What everybody doesn't see sometimes is one of the biggest threats that airports face these days. We went from external threats with somebody attempting to take down an airplane or put a bomb on an airplane and whatnot, to internal threats where it was referred to as the insider threat. How do you potentially corrupt somebody who works inside an airport to do something that you don't want them to do? But by and large, one of the biggest challenges and concerns that we're facing right now falls in the area of cybersecurity. And the Transportation Security Administration, at the direction of Homeland Security in particular, are mandating that airports really step up and do a whole bunch of new things in the cybersecurity world that we had not been doing previously years ago. We've talked about team. You talked about team in the previous session. I can't say enough great things about my team at the airport, and they are really, really on top of this. We meet on a regular basis to discuss all, when I mean all of our vulnerabilities, no matter what corner of the world they fall in. Cybersecurity, anything that we think is a threat to us, we address that, and they've worked really, really hard in the area of cybersecurity. But that means we've had to expend more resources in order to make sure we stay not only compliant with federal law, but we keep our airport safe. Increases, as we've talked about, in law enforcement and fire rescue. Commissioner Udine touched upon that earlier. We have seen big increases in utilities and in insurance. And I think the next slide actually touches upon that. No, it does not. It might be down further. The utilities, again, was referenced in the previous session. We're seeing significant increases in the utility side of the house, and insurance, given what's been occurring in the state of Florida and elsewhere. We're seeing our rates, our tariffs go up on both sides of the fence, doing the best we can to keep those in check, but it is a difficult situation. As was mentioned by Jonathan earlier, it's been a really, really hot summer. It's been a wet summer. And we have not really seen, thank God, knock on wood, any real interruptions, power interruptions. Keeping the terminals cool, facing our own internal challenges with chillers and whatnot, make sure that they're operating at optimum performance. But for right now, we've been very good working with FP&L. The OpEx broken out in the pie chart similar to revenues. You can see the majority of the expenditures fall in the area of contractual services, followed by salary, wages, and benefits, and then what we pay to the Broward Sheriff's Office for law enforcement and fire rescue at nearly $48 million. The rest of it is broken up between those other expenditures that we've talked about, utilities, insurances, services provided by other county departments, whether it be working with Drew's group and others as we manage the airport facility. Total operating expenditures coming in at $300.7 million for this year. The key rates and charges, again, always of interest to you all, where we are after we crunch all of the numbers. We start our process by going to the airlines and saying, well, what do you think you're going to fly this year? How many people? How many takeoff and landings? How much landed weight should we be looking for? I may have told you this before, that sometimes they tend to be overly optimistic. The higher that number is, when you divide it, you get a divisional a denominator that forces a lower number. We know by taking a look at the numbers sometimes that they're a bit too optimistic, and we retard that number back to what we think is more appropriate, particularly on employments. And I think given what we started the session with, we're darn close in terms of where we are in employments for this year. When we calculate out all of the expenditures, the following changes occur. The signatory landing fee, again, will go from $1.76 to $1.99 proposed. The average signatory terminal rental rate goes from $176 to $217. The FIS, that is Federal Inspection Service, Customs, if you're used to Customs and Immigration, that's staying fairly flat at $12.30, or excuse me, from $12.30 to $13. So our aggregate, our all-in CPE that includes both the signatory and non-signatory is $9.99. If you back it out just to the signatory CPEs, again, signatory carriers represent 94.4% of our airline market share here. It comes in at $9.06. That number again would have been lower if the $35 million in ARPA would have been rolled forward into the FY24 revenue rate base. That's a conceptual rendering that you have seen before with respect to Terminal 5. The question may come up, where are you with Terminal 5? As you know, we still are in the arrangement with JetBlue to construct that terminal in partnership with the county. JetBlue, as we sit here today, has a program management team on board, has a design team on board, and has a construction management team on board. The design team is nearing 30% design for this facility. We hope to have that in hand by the end of this month. The construction management team is a joint venture in Hunt Moss, same team that we used to construct Concourse A and the Terminal 1 improvements back in the 2016-2017 timeframe when I just arrived in Broward County. As soon as we get more of these, we'll certainly bring you additional information of how the design is shaping up. We think it'll look very similar to what a conceptual rendering is, but obviously architects will try to take it in a couple different directions, and we'll continue to try to rein it in a little bit. They all produce beautiful work, but we want to stay within budget at the same time as well. You have all this information. This is kind of the rolled-up version of the capital improvement budget with the various funding sources. We broke it down at our airport between airfield projects, general and administrative, which crosses a number of different areas, machinery, equipment, vehicles, and others. I'm not sure if there's anything in particular on this page that is of interest to you, but what happens across is the total in thousands that you see there. So, for example, airfield electrical vault replacement, planning and design, that is $700,000. We plan on paying that with what we refer to as BCAD cash. BCAD cash is is a component of our budgetary process. By working with the airlines, we set aside typically anywhere from 12 to $20 million to do repair replacement type projects throughout the airport on an annual basis. So we break the projects up, particularly some of the smaller projects that we can use BCAD cash for. Of course, bonds you're familiar with, PFCs, passenger facility charges, FAA AIP, FAA bill or bipartisan infrastructure, and then of course our partners over at FDOT are always great to work with and identifying projects that are of importance to us and in many cases importance to them as well. Happy to come back to this if anybody has any specifics relative to the various projects that are on here. This is, again, a roll-up version. There is a much more expansive version of this, but it pages and pages long. A continuation of it, RCC expansion. We've talked about looking at the expansion of our rental car facility, that is RCC, as we go forward. That facility opened up in 2005. We're coming up on the 20-year mark for the RCC. I've had numerous conversations with our rental car operators. There is some room to expand the rental car facility to the east or towards Perimeter Road, towards the railroad track area, to be able to provide a variety of different things that are provided in the facility today. The rental car facility, not everybody knows, but the rental car facility and the Cypress Garage are one building in the same. The first 5 levels or so are dedicated to the rental car operation. So the ground floor is the QTA, or the quick turnaround. That's where the cars get washed, fueled, any maintenance work that goes on them. Floors 2, 3, and 4 are what we refer to as the ready return. So when you rent your car at Avis or Budget or Hertz or wherever, and you walk out the back of the counter and the cars are there, that's the ready side. When you come back in, that's the return. It all takes place right there on those floors. Then they take them downstairs and get them washed, and then bring them back up in inventory ready to go again. We have a 5th floor that we use for storage. A lot of the rental car companies want to have additional cars on hand so they can get them into inventory rather quickly. And then floor 6, the airport uses for valet storage primarily. Sometimes it's used for other purposes, but primarily valet storage. And then level 7, 8, and 9 are for public parking. But to get into the public parking, you have to go up the helix in the Hibiscus Garage and cross over the bridges to be able to get into the Cypress Garage. But there's approximately 3,000 public parking spaces that are in the Cypress Garage. So, but we want to expand the rental car facility to continue to provide for opportunities for our rental car companies to grow. You'll see that there's dollars starting to be really identified in the FY24. If you go down, the automated people mover, in particular, PFCs being allocated to that. On January 31st, as part of the transportation workshop with the county administrator, we advised that the 2 main projects on the land side portion of the airport that I consider to be the highest of priority, the ones that I've referred sometimes as an Achilles heel, that we need to fix those things before we can grow the airport with additional gates, concourses, and whatnot, was to address those 2 projects. We recently received, just in July, the official notification from the FAA authorizing us to proceed with the NEPA, or the environmental process, with the FAA being the coordinating agency. We are already hard at work with the FAA and with our consultant, where we've scoped the environmental assessment work. We have a little bit more front-end work to do with them, and then hopefully to finish that process off in the next 12 to 14 months on the environmental side. While that's going on, we're not resting on our laurels. The APM had already gone through its advanced planning and its program definition document phase, essentially creating the documents that will become the basis for a solicitation for it to go out onto the streets. I've briefed you before that virtually every automated people mover system in the United States, maybe 1 or 2, has been done under a particular construct referred to as a DBOM, or a design, build, operate, maintain. It's a very, very successful construct, but of course you all will vote on how that would be released for solicitation and how we would move about constructing it. Right now, that is probably going to be my recommendation to the board when we're ready to go into the solicitation phase there, which is not that far off. The Intermodal Center, we've finished the advanced planning on that. We are currently doing the program definition document and evaluating the various types of delivery methodologies that are out there to use in order to deliver this very, very large facility. Is it going to be a CM at risk? Is it going to be a design build? Is it going to be something different? As soon as we have those evaluations complete, and we're a little bit further along in the program definition phase and the NEPA phase, then I'll be bringing that back through Monica to the board to hopefully get authorization to move forward on that. We did brief again the Oversight Surtax Board yesterday with our request consistent with the request that was made back or identified the percentages back in the January timeframe to help contribute to this project to make them more manageable, because there are two very, very big projects, each sitting at approximately $850 million apiece, for a total of about $1.6, $1.7 billion worth of work. Phase one of the master plan, as you may recall, when we start to add in the other terminal components and the rebuild of the garage, the potential for an on-airport hotel, there was commentary, Mayor, in the earlier session about what do people do if they get on a cruise and they have time to kill. And where can they leave their bags and go off and enjoy, either Fort Lauderdale for a day, or at least give them a better guest experience. In that master plan, in the rebuild of the Palm Garage, the hotel is also what we've identified as a commercial center, which is new shops, restaurants, entertainment, that if they don't want to go downtown, they'll at least be able to enjoy themselves at the airport while they're waiting for a flight that might not take off for 6, 8, 10 hours or more, as opposed to just laying around in the terminals and being potentially unhappy. So that is baked into the overall, again, synergies that occur between the airport, the seaport, and the CVB. And to Monica's point, focus, strategy, and what do we want the outcome of all of this investment to be, is to really provide an experience that they're not going to get anywhere else, not only just in this country, but potentially anywhere else in the world. Keenly focused on those issues as we move forward. The rest are a lot of the different other things that we need to work on. You'll see some terminal expansion phase one. I've just kind of covered some of that. Start to eke into those activities here in the coming year and subsequent years. And then the terminal modernization is really the kind of the culmination of some of the work that you have seen going on right now. Terminal 1, 2, 3, 4, all of that is starting to wrap up and nearing its completion. Two projects that are kind of wrapped into that terminal modernization. One is Terminal 5 that we talked about, and the other is the Terminal Connector project, which will be coming back and going back out on the streets for bid. You may recall that we put that out once, but the numbers came in extraordinarily high. We needed to pull that back, reevaluate our financial resources, identify some federal funding that we can use, or other resources, and put that back out and utilize everything in order to get that project complete. Once those terminal connectors are in place, you'll be able to come through any security checkpoint at the airport and get to any gate in the airport. And we think that's incredibly critical to our future going forward. Small amount of money in there for the North Perry Airport, as you can see in here. Again, big roll-up for the capital projects FY24 through FY28. Much of what I've just talked about in the FY24 in the first column, but now it's rolled out through the 5 years on 25, 26, 27, 28, for a total of a $3.5 billion look ahead in the 5-year capital projects summary. Again, happy to answer any questions you may have on any of these projects as we go forward as well. And I think that brings us to the end. I was going to put a cruise ship on here, and then I said, nah. So,
Gotta have it. So we're just going to take just a quick couple moments for us to get our sandwiches. This table's here specially.
Absolutely.
Here so that we can come back and ask the Q's and A's, but let's get our lunch right now, okay?
I'm here for you.
Thank you. Yes, sir. So if you wanted to, Mr. Gale,
Mr. Gale,
we're going to let Commissioner McKenzie go ahead.
I didn't take too kind of you poking at the port guy.
My younger brother.
But I can't wait until I take you up on the invitation you gave me months ago to come over and tour your facility.
Please do.
I've had the honor of being in and out of there a lot lately, and I'll be headed there in a few moments. 2 weeks ago, I was there, and I had my first flight delay. It went from an hour to many hours, but it was interesting. Sitting there, you're talking to, I went to the pizza place you mentioned earlier, and I'm talking to the bartender, and as people were complaining, she started explaining that all of the terminals were down and what was really going on at that moment. So it was an educational piece for me, not that I did not know, but to know that everyone was experiencing the same thing on this day was good, and to pass that along. So I think the educational piece about delays and stuff, I think, can help us get through that. The most annoying part of this extended stay was the mayor's voice over and over and over again. But there was a good part of that too when I saw the video, and to see Senator Geller's handsome face, I was cheered up. But you really answered the questions I really wanted to ask, and that was really about the challenges you were having that you explained to us early on in your onboarding about the improvements or what we want to do with the expansion. And so I think you answered those questions for me. I don't have any of those. And I do want to go back to the beginning of how I started with the port. And I saw your rankings. And Monica's going to bring us back information on salaries and things of that nature. So with that, I just want to say thank you and keep up the good work.
Thank you, Commissioner. Safe travels.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, be safe. You were starting the other way. You ready, Commissioner Rogers?
And thank you for allowing me to go first.
I don't support lowering Mark Gale's salary.
Commissioner Rogers, you have the floor.
We'll work on that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I too will add a great presentation. It's hard when you have an infrastructure that you just have to do what you have to do to maintain it, sustain it, because so many of us depend on it. We can't go anywhere without flying these days. So just wanted to talk about an area that I don't fully understand the nexus, how it works with your department, all of the smaller airports. Tell me, what is your responsibility, if any? I only saw North Perry listed. Any other airports that we have likewise relationship?
So we have relationships with most all airports in some form or fashion, not just in the state of Florida, but nationwide. I just came off, and thank you for the support from Monica and the entire commission, having the distinct honor and privileges serving as the national chair for our American Airport Association, where we represent, we have about 9,000 members. We represent close to 900 airports. So I was able to chair that for a year. I've been involved in that organization for over 30 years and on their board of directors probably for the last 15 years or so. But locally here, Broward County owns and operates both Fort Lauderdale Howell International as well as North Perry Airport, which is our designated general aviation reliever. North Perry we don't talk about a lot, but it's a very, very busy airport. It's the busiest general aviation airport in the state of Florida. It has an air traffic control tower that is operated under what they call a contract tower operation with the federal government. It's the busiest contract tower in all of the United States. So it serves an incredibly important use. Otherwise, a lot of that general aviation traffic would make its way over, we believe, to Fort Lauderdale and would start to interfere with other types of commercial service operations. In the city of Fort Lauderdale, there's Fort Lauderdale Executive Airport, FXE, which is owned and operated by the city of Fort Lauderdale. So we don't oversee the operation of that airport or Pompano. They are Pompano run by the city of Pompano FXC by the resident city of Fort Lauderdale. But we know the managers and the directors there on a first-name basis. We're there for each other whenever one of us has an issue or a problem. Sometimes there's a pay it forward attitude. I didn't get a chance to talk to Monica, but remember the flooding issues that we had back in April. A friend of mine who, the Port of Savannah was referenced earlier by one of the commissioners, but the airport director for Savannah Airport is a good friend of mine. Without even talking to me or waiting, he sent 10 of his people down in a semi-truck with supplies and whatnot, put them up at a hotel, and spent several days here helping us go through, much like we sent airport crews over with the hurricane activity from the previous years to Punta Gorda and whatnot. The airport community really rallies around each of us, no matter what competitive structure we have. We stay in close contact, we have our networks, and we communicate with each other on a regular basis.
As it relates to safety, what area would you, if you had to have a conversation with me, what would be your concern and in what area?
I mentioned earlier that we're spending a lot of time and attention right now focused in on cybersecurity. We, thanks to the commission, made some significant changes to the way that we approach airport security in general at our facility. We were one of the, and I don't apologize for it, by the way. I get heat from some of my colleagues that we've moved into the employee screening quicker than others, and not that they think it's a bad thing, but sometimes it's, well, who's going to pay for it is an unfunded federal mandate. How's that all going to work? But we've taken a security posture. Our security team, I think, is second to none in the nation. We have institutional practices here that we know that other airports do not, so I'm very, very comfortable in that realm. What we don't know at times are the bad players and actors that may be trying to penetrate into our facilities through a variety of different means and mechanisms on the cyber side of the house. And we have spent a lot of time working with ETS and with the TSA and with the state to actually put into place resources so that we can try to better protect ourselves. Like anything else, that threat is continually evolving. There's a saying in our world, the bad guys, we got to get it right every single time. The bad guys only have to get it right once. And for us, we are endeavoring to get it right every time.
Who keeps the stats on near misses at our airport? You keep hearing about it, but who keeps that? How are you engaged in that?
That is kept by the Federal Aviation Administration. Thankfully, we hadn't had any near misses here at our airport. There was a report about 2 months ago that an airplane that had left Fort Lauderdale but was up the coast, probably, I want to say, near Jupiter or up that, maybe even a little bit higher, Port St. Lucie off the coast, that had a close encounter with another aircraft. That is entirely under the control of the federal government and was outside the purview of our airport.
Thank you. You answered all of my questions. Just basic knowledge base. You shared information that I did not know.
Thank you,
So,
Commissioner.
very good. Thank you very much.
That's my job for being here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Rogers. Senator Geller?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Gale, first question is just for our, well, I was going to say our two newer members, but only one now. I'm trying to remember, what exactly award did you win? Something about best airport director in the country? Or, yeah. What,
Is my face getting red, Senator?
no,
Give me
just
blood.
yes, but go ahead. Okay. I believe it was best airport director in the nation, but could you give us the exact title?
That particular one, Airport Experience News voted me the best large hub airport director in the United States.
Okay, and you said that particular one. Are there other similar
There were,
ones? Yeah, okay. All right,
My
so,
wife and I were just +1 and 2 at one of his
okay,
That's the other one.
right. So we like you.
Thank you.
Good job. The only thing you said that I found surprising was that we were 16th in domestic and 10th in international. I had always thought that Miami was basically the international hub. We were the domestic hub. We were easier to fly into and out of than that nightmare that is Miami, that I try and avoid at all costs, Miami International Airport. We're less expensive to fly into and out of than Miami International Airport. So I thought, again, Miami was really the big international in the area, and we were the leader in U.S. flying. I didn't realize we were 10th in international and 16th in domestic. Can you elaborate briefly?
And that 16th was, again, a little bit misleading because that was the current year-to-date stuff. If we go to the official rankings, we were 17th busiest in the nation overall, 20th in domestic traffic, which is about where we were somewhat pre-pandemic, but 11th in international. If I went back and showed you the statistics of our airport back in the 2011-2012 timeframe, we were very, very, very high, over 90% domestic, and very, very high what we refer to as origin destination. You're starting,
Right.
you're stopping your trip there, that's it. Very, very little connecting traffic and very, very little international traffic. But over the course of time, the way with the runway development, the terminal development, 2 brand new federal inspection services area, airlines, particularly airlines like JetBlue and Spirit, have used FLL more and more and more for
Because of the
connections
cheap, less
into
expensive.
the South America, Latin American markets that you've seen on there, as well as into Canada. So we've made a mark in that world. Again, we are not where we were in 2019 yet, but I'm confident that we will continue to either be there at that 11th in the nation or get into the top 10.
Okay. You had commented on both the APM and the intermodal. First, the APM, do you have any, can you tell us, you said that there was going to be, it would have to come to us at some point to determine. Do you have any idea what that point might be? Is it this year or first half next year, 3 years from now?
I believe it'll be, my hope would be sometime in the first half of next year. We have to get into the really nuts and bolts of the environmental. There were a couple of other boxes that we needed to check. Coordination with the Broward MPO to be able to add the APM and the IMC to their 2045
My
Metropolitan
next
Transportation Plan.
question is the IMC.
So the airport will be presented to the various committees of the MPO next week, and then to their full board in the month of September to get our projects into the 2045 amendment for that MTP plan, which is, again, another way of the state to look at our projects for potential funding opportunities as well. But I'm hopeful that when it comes time for the solicitation phases, where we are with the environmental will drive a little bit of that, but I'm seriously hopeful that I'll be back to you sometime in the first half of next year. Yeah.
On the intermodal, I have 2 questions on that, which is first the same as APM on date, and second, and upon advice of counsel, if you can't answer this publicly, don't. We can't do the intermodal, my understanding is, until we still get that aerial rights issue resolved. And do you know if that has been? And if you cannot discuss it publicly, don't.
So the intermodal center can be done without aerial rights. It just wouldn't connect to an APM that needs to cross the aerial rights. The intermodal center, as we've said, has independent utility. It could function and operate with shuttle buses going back and forth, much like our rental car center does. The automated people mover system needs those area rights. We have been still in discussions with FEC. That's about as far as I can take it right now. But
That's
they are active discussions that are ongoing with them. Right
okay.
now.
But so you're saying we would do the intermodal with or without. So do you know when the intermodal might come to us?
Intermodal is going to be along the same time frame. The transportation workshop, we showed that those projects coming on in the fiscal 2029, 2030 timeframe, both of them concurrently, if you will. If you remember the phasing, the Palm Garage, which has approximately 2,500 spaces in it, which we desperately need, needs to come down at a certain point in time so that we can redo the roadway structure through the airport. But I can't afford to take it down until we get replacement parking, which is where the IMC comes into play. So
I
once we
understand.
bring that up in the 29, 2030 timeframe, the plan is to go down, take the Palm Garage down, redo the roadways, but not forgo the vertical asset that exists above it, i.e. the airspace, and come back above it with a new Palm Garage, which will have approximately 4,000 parking spaces in that. But that's the sequence of events.
Okay.
In addition to that, the Palm Garage needs to come down because that automated people mover system, you may have heard the term pinched loop. The people mover system is designed in such a way to be a dual guideway, meaning two sets of tracks that operate in opposite directions all the time, depending upon which way you want to go. The Palm Garage sits in the way of completing the very west end of the track system. So we need to take the Palm Garage down to connect it all. Until such time as that down, we can operate the people mover system. It'll just go back and forth like a large shaped U.
Okay, and by the way, will the Seaport also be using parking at the intermodal, or no?
It is theoretical that somebody could park at the intermodal and take the airport Seaport Convention Center connector out. Absolutely.
Okay, and the last question I had was, you and I have had multiple discussions on Turo, and they had reached out to me recently, recently being at the beginning of summer. Where are we on that?
So we're about ready to. My team has been talking to them as well. The issues with Toro come down, in our opinion.
When they told me, I said, work it out with.
It comes
Jeff."
down into three major buckets. How are they classified? Are they classified as a peer-to-peer? Are they classified as an off-airport operator? Our current ordinance reads off-airport operator, and it captures
I
peer-to-peer.
authored that ordinance.
And thank you for that. And the county attorney, his team, has looked at this and believes that there is really no reason for us to change our ordinance despite Toro's request. They don't like the notion that they would ever be characterized as an off-airport, but if Steve Geller rents a car from Mark Gale, you are renting a car. We view that as a rental transaction. As such, we think it
What
should.
kind of car do you have? Okay, go on.
It's a Lincoln Aviator, beige in color. No, I'm just, that's.
Oh, I might want to rent that. Okay.
We both have Lincolns, and we have this discussion all the time.
The second is, where do they do their pickups? We had,
That had been my major concern.
from an
They were
operational
blocking
perspective-
Parking. Or-
so we tell
lanes.
rental cars where to operate. We tell taxi cabs where to pick up and operate. We tell TNCs, Ubers, Lyfts, and everybody else where to operate. We tell airlines where they can park their airplanes. We tell concessions where they need to process their stuff. It is our opinion that we should be looking to tell the Toro folks to operate in a specified area, because they are all over the garages today. We had picked out an area on the 7th floor in the Cypress garage, very close to the elevators. So you would still take the rental car shuttle bus over and then just take it up to the 7th floor. It's an area that I can put under CCTV coverage, so I know what's going on for safety reasons. The other thing that we're seeing also, Senator, Toro has convinced some airports, at least in a pilot setting, to allow them to operate anywhere where the public parks. We think that they are going to change that. The airports are going to change that because there appears to be, soon to come, on the digital platform, more and more companies may enter this particular space.
Mm-hmm.
And we won't be dealing just with Toro, but we may be dealing with a competitor to Toro. And
There are
maybe a
already
third.
companies doing this.
So
besides Turo.
if that proliferates everywhere throughout the garage, we don't think that that's a good thing for the airport. We'd rather put them in one particular area. So that was number two. And
My
then,
biggest concern was when they were doing the rental in the pickup and drop-off lanes.
correct. So how are they characterized or categorized? Where are they doing their particular operation? And then also ultimately, what's the business arrangement? What do they pay? The last one I think we're actually pretty close on in terms of the percentage that they would have to pay and how it gets remitted and audited and what is counted as gross revenue. That one I'm pretty close on. It's the first two things. How are they categorized? We think that we're fine on the ordinance. We are working to try to address some of their concerns in the permit that we would issue to them. And then the second is where they operate. My recommendation to this board is to keep them in one location that we can monitor the activity.
I advise them and anyone else, I rely heavily on your advice as to how we run the airport. You're the expert, not me. Thank you. Please keep me informed on Truro, and again, thank you for the excellent job that you do.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator. Commissioner Udine?
Just thank you for the presentation, and I know you heard the comments that I made to Jonathan, and they're basically the same that I would make to you, is I think we need to look at the resiliency study for the airport, just so much water, and again, I think it should work together with them and that whole area about talking about security, and is there a better way for us to do it? Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner. Vice Mayor?
Okay, thank you. Well, just thank you for everything you're doing, I have to say. You know how I feel. And I think I called you and told you when I landed in San Francisco, and we waited over an hour for our luggage, and someone got on the PA system and said, well, we only have one person unloading this plane, so, you know, we just have to wait. And a woman standing next to me said, can't we go take our own luggage off? So I said, I don't want to ever hear anybody at Fort Lauderdale Airport complain about baggage.
Thank you.
Anyway, there are always issues, but, you know, just all in all, I think removing the parking issue, I think people would be saying that they're extremely happy to be going in and out of Fort Lauderdale Airport.
There was an earlier comment about parking rates and whether or not we ever consider adjusting our rates. We have prided ourselves forever for being a low-cost airport, certainly a low-cost airport alternative to that airport, 20 miles, to our south. However, that said, my team and I have been continuously evaluating where are we in the parking rate structure compared to some of our fellow airports. I'm not one to propose to my boss, the county administrator, or to the board, let's raise rates for the sake of raising rates. That said, as was witnessed in the presentation, expenditures are on the rise, and we have a very, very large capital program in the offing here that we're going to continue to need additional revenue to support. I think that there's ways that we can look at our parking rates all across the board, short-term, long-term valet, and see what adjustments may need to be made, but yet still keep us competitive in the lowest, I think, of the large hub airports.
I had a couple of questions, I guess, related to the expenses. So under the contractual services, I was questioning why there was a decline in custodial, given the fact that the airport is now moved back up to, pretty close to where we were before, and, the need for custodial would probably still be the same. Why would that be
I think our
reduced?
number, our forecasted number for FY23, Vice Mayor, was at 24 million. Our forecast for the end of this year is at 23,115,000, and our budget, our forecasted 24 recommended budget is 23,007,000.
Okay.
So it's about $100,000 less. My chief operating officer and his team are constantly looking at how can we be more efficient in the services that we're providing, trying to not, provide too many or too little services. What's the right in there? So I think we're very, very close to where we're going to come in this year and stay fairly flat, but there would be increases that would kick in. We will go back and take a look at that particular number a little bit closer. But this kind of bubbles up through months and months of analysis with the team and what they think is necessary for the job.
Okay. And then the other thing, with salaries and wages, that again, I had asked this of Mr. Daniels. That includes your, I'm not sure if it is right here, but it includes your, somewhere under law enforcement, I guess it would, the FRS increases that are required by the state. They're included.
So in that number, on our salary
in your
increase?
number under law enforcement and fire rescue?
Right.
Yeah.
So, I'm going just strictly off of the salary and wages.
Okay,
Law
either
enforcement is
way,
down.
what I'm saying
So
is-
the salary and wages just for us, 5.6 million of that number is due just to the increased number of positions that we asked for, which was at 12, wage adjustments, and other paid benefits, contributions, pension costs,
Which
and
would
whatnot.
include that increase?
Yeah, and then the number that appears down below for law enforcement, those are the numbers that we get May 1st of every year or thereabouts from the Broward Sheriff's Office that breaks out all of their costs to provide for us for law enforcement and for fire services.
Okay. And do you
That's
have-
handled as a contract.
Yeah. And do you have a negotiation going on with them for this year, or is that resolved? for you?
Our arrangement right now with the Broward Sheriff's Office is, for lack of a better term, is more of a evergreen type arrangement. It's not a start and finish date for a set contract. When the Sheriff's Office submits to us what their budget request is in that May timeframe, we sit down with them and look at what they propose, whether it's for capital expenditures, head count, number of hours of service and whatnot. And that's where we tell them we either will go along with this or we're not going to go along with that. But there's no contract negotiation set for them on this. I think it's something that the county auditor has looked at in the past as well. But the evergreen arrangement with the Sheriff's Office has been in place probably for, I want to say, over 30 years.
Did you say the sheriff is growing evergreen trees?
Okay, two other quick things then. Staffing issues. Are you still having staffing issues with regard to, well, I looked at the custodial as an example, but it could be in any different places.
So it's not just us, Senator. It's
Yeah.
it's our vacancy rate has been trending higher than it has in past years, and we see turnover due to various different types of issues. Recruitment attempts aren't as fruitful as we'd like to see. Attrition. Some people come on board and they only stay for a little bit of time and they go. So a number that used to be, whether it was 10%, 11%, 9%, we see numbers that are higher now in the 17, 18%. Our Human Resources group, working with Central HR here, works extremely hard at trying to fill all those positions. But yeah, we are suffering from that in the airport, trying to cover key, particularly specialized trades areas, whether it be electricians or HVAC workers, those types of things. But our business partners, concessions, airlines, different types of airline service providers, even the federal government to a certain degree, TSA and whatnot, are also
You're seeing it.
experiencing the same types of issues.
Okay. And then I had asked this about Ford. I knew they weren't like you in terms of the issues with environmental and climate change issues. So could you just briefly say what are some of the things that you're doing now to look at preparing for a possible or inevitable next time?
So we never want to have a next time from April 12th again, and I know not to belabor the point, but at the end of the day, 12 inches of rain in 3 hours, an additional 7 inches of rain in the next 3 hours for a total of 19 inches of rain in 6 hours. Just overwhelmed the airport from where we were from that particular standpoint. Inside the airport, in fact, even on the first commission agenda, you'll see the first couple of items have relative to grant monies to continue to look at stormwater mitigation issues, how water moves around from all the different basins or areas that are on the airport. I think there's 7 different basins on the airport. So how do we move that water around and equalize where need be so that it can be properly percolated, disposed of off airport? As we preparing for the master plan activities, my team undertook a series of studies on things like utilities, like stormwater mitigation, to pull them into our master plan to say, okay, as we grow as an airport and you create impervious surface, and that water needs to go somewhere, how are you going to meet the regulatory requirement of handling that water in the future? Where are you going to put it? You can't just send it all, let's say, to the Dania cutoff. It has to be taken to certain areas and stored. That's all part of what we're doing, and my team works very closely with Lenny and Dr. Toronto's area on that. That's how these grants originally came about, which, by the way, were in the process long before the April 12th issue of the flooding of this particular year. As we get into looking forward to the future, even with Terminal 5, we went back in and are looking and have directed that we raise the finished floor height of Terminal 5 to a higher level in order to prevent some of the issues that we encountered. In essence, I think that the airport's facility fared mostly well during that event. One of the challenges that we'll have when we go forward, where did we experience damage? Well, when you come into the baggage claims, and Jonathan talked about, wet carpet and things along those lines, we certainly had some of that. We also have a tremendous number of elevators and escalators that are in the facility that have to go down to the first floor. And underneath where they stop at the first floor are elevator and escalator pits. They become very vulnerable to water intrusion when you bring water in. That's an area of focus that we are looking at right now, is how do we better protect them going forth in the future. We can't raise the building up, a foot overnight, but we are looking to see if there's other types of systems that we can put in place that would keep water infiltration in particular away from some of these key critical areas. Can we move electrical and mechanical rooms off of the first floor, if not today, but certainly in future builds, to be able to reposition them into a higher elevation to protect this, going forward. The other stuff, again, goes back to design and working with our partners to say, what do the latest, I know folks don't want to talk about a 500-year storm or a 1,000-year storm, but given what we've experienced, we know that there are certain areas that might be a little bit more vulnerable to water than others. And we want to focus some of our attentions going forward on how do we prevent that going forward. And that's going to be a series of discussions, again, with the Resiliency Department and others. In fact, I know Commissioner Furr's not here today, but that was a conversation that Commissioner Furr and I had specifically on this issue about having some of those conversations and see where we can do on certain projects. So,
Thank you.
thanks, Vice Mayor.
All right, Commissioner Ryan.
So you actually just covered, I think, some of the questions that I had with regard to the stormwater, disposal and the storage basins and things like that. But you have these surrounding neighborhoods, and the neighborhood immediately to the north, the Edgewood neighborhood, which I had represented for many years, have had a notoriously low area that floods easily, and then over on the south side, over those areas at Dania Beach, you have low-lying areas. So when you have these storms, and the term 1,000-year storm no longer applies. Maybe you'll have something like that once every 5 or 10 years going forward. It's kind of a difficult thing, and then thousands of homes are flooded, and many people lose their lifetime investment. So it's an important issue, and I'm just hoping that your folks that deal with some of your infrastructure issues can work with the city of Fort Lauderdale. And again, I had already mentioned this to our utilities director, Alan Garcia, about issues about dealing, also coordinating with FDOT, because it's a kind of an integrated system that you're well aware of, and what do we do in the short term? We are going to get overwhelmed sometimes, but we got to try to lessen, ameliorate as much as possible the damage to all of these surrounding neighborhoods. You spoke about Terminal 5. We had some changes in design. We had, a number of additions. Some of it may have been construction related, but are we still on pretty much the same time frame for the construction of Terminal 5? Because I'm thinking, with that additional terminal and all the additional gates and stuff, at what point are you getting near capacity that you really can't, you're not going to be able really to do any more terminals? How many more gates can you go out, and what is your ultimate capacity with south and north runway?
It's a great question, Commissioner. So Terminal 5 is still on track again. We are looking at a mid-2026 completion and operation for Terminal 5. Roughly 3 years from the time that we hope to break ground, maybe a little bit less. We hope to be able to invite all of you to a groundbreaking event at some point this fall on Terminal 5 to kick that off officially and get that moving in the right direction. That adds 5 gates when online, 5 domestic gates to our complement. It'll take us from 66 total gates to 71 total gates. When we look at the master plan, the next part of what we call the phase 1 of the master plan extends the Terminal 4 or the G concourse to the west. It adds additional gates, but at the same time, while it's adding additional gates because of its orientation, it will take away some of the gates that are in the older Concourse F in Terminal 3. We'll still get a net gain, but when we do that, that takes us to a total of 77 gates. That's phase 1. 77 gates gets to be a little bit of a critical number for us because under the environmental work that was done previously for the runway expansion, that was what was identified as our threshold, that we couldn't go beyond 77 gates without additional environmental work to be done. That may be a supplemental EIS, or it may be a whole new environmental class of action into itself. We're going to work on that and see where we're going to go from there. Phase 2 of the master plan goes from 77 gates to 85 gates. That's when we replace all the rest of the Terminal 3 configuration. So Concourse E, where American is today, and Concourse F, where Spirit and JetBlue largely operate, that would all go away and be replaced with new infrastructure. And then the final phase of the master plan is adding 2 rotunda ends, which adds another 10 gates to bring us to a total of 95 gates. 95 gates has been deemed to be the theoretical capacity of the terminal structure based upon the availability of the runways. After 95 gates, the way that we turn gates over at the airport, planes come and they go. After you get to 95 gates, the delay on a 2-runway airport system would get to be so incredibly long that airlines would not choose to fly those routes in and out of here. So we're 330,000 or so takeoff and landings at our high water mark. We think that the theoretical capacity of the 2-runway system is somewhere between 450 and 475,000 takeoff and landings. 95 gates will get us right into that area.
So to get closer to that capacity, at the airport, and correspondingly, we keep having an increase in our cruise passengers. So the intermodal center, as you well recognized, is the integral part of that connection. I was a little bit discouraged when you talk about how will we get from the intermodal center to the airport, and obviously we'd like to have these aerial easements. I find it just mind-boggling that we could have an aerial easement for South Runway, but you don't have a similar aerial easement just to run the people movers, back and forth. It's a much smaller area of an aerial easement, as far as the width of it, and it's at the same height, so you don't have any problems with the trains being able to move. So, I think that is less based on logic than on some kind of a bargaining position. So I do hope that we don't, get really too serious about talking about shuttle buses here. That is not the way to go. And so continue with your negotiations. I know that both you and Jonathan are really working assiduously at reaching, some resolution. So please continue on that path. And then the only other thing I want to say is, you talked about your embarkment fees going from like $8.99 to $9.99, but I think you still have a huge differential between FLL's embarkment fees and MIA. I thought they were like $35 or something, and that is part of a decision-making process on where somebody's going to fly out of. I hear from people all the time that maybe in Miami-Dade County or Palm Beach County, and they come to FLL to fly. I mean, it's that much more convenient, in and out faster, and also, the fees are more reasonable. So, what's your observation on how we stay competitive in that area?
I mentioned to the Surtax board yesterday that in the past 10 years approximately, we've invested some $2.7 billion into our airport facility. with the exception of a $250 million letter of intent that we got from the FAA and maybe some other state grants, smaller state grants that were in there, the overall majority of that 2.7 million is what we're paying today in terms of the debt service that's covered both through the rates and charges to the airlines and the amount of debt service that we pick up with our passenger facility charges. The way that we've actually discussed this with our airlines, and Monica is aware of this, that as we move forward with the future of the airport, our arrangement with our carriers expires in 3 years, in 2026. The deal went from 2016 to 2026, a 10-year deal. But that deal was done in 2014 under my predecessor. And it was done purposely to allow for the construct to continue on with billions of dollars worth of improvement. I've already begun the process of sitting down and negotiating with our airlines so that we can lay out these costs, lay out what the impact would be on their rates and charges and fees, not just for 2 years or 5 years, but 10 years and potentially even 20 years in the future, and demonstrate to them that the investment in our airport facility, with the growing demand here in South Florida, and their inability potentially to get into the airport to the south of us, and Palm Beach doesn't necessarily work real well from the Tri-County area, that this is a smart investment, especially given things that are happening not just at the airport, but all the investment that's being made over at Port Everglades with Jonathan and his team, the huge investment that's been made over at the convention center, and how the three entities are going to tie together. We believe that we are going to stay highly competitive. Our CPE, that aggregate cost metric that people like to throw around, will certainly go north. But at the end of the day, if the airlines cannot grow to meet the strategic mission for their airline in Fort Lauderdale, they'll take those silver tubular assets, what we call airplanes, elsewhere, and we want those airplanes to be here in Fort Lauderdale. And I think that we can actually set up a very nice business construct to make sure that we don't price ourselves out of the market.
Thank you, Mr. Gill. Nice presentation.
Thank you,
I
Commissioner.
have one quick question. Do you have that silver tubular asset phrase trademarked?
You are free to use it, sir, at your discretion.
Okay. Last but
Mayor.
not least, right? Just a couple things. On a high level, can you give us an update on the JetBlue Spirit merger, where it's at?
Right now, it is set to go to trial, is our understanding, in the middle of October. There have been, in addition to, I think maybe what was reported before, the DOJ has 6 states that have signed on to prevent the merger from occurring, along with the District of Columbia. The state of Florida went the opposite direction with the state attorney general and worked with JetBlue to say, if the merger goes through, here's the type of activity we want to see at Fort Lauderdale and Orlando, and there's a commitment by JetBlue in order to do that. I think, to be honest with you, Mayor, while the look of our airport may or how it operates may differ a little bit, whether there's a merged airline into one or 2 airlines as we have it today, competing with each other. I think that we still actually do very, very well at the end of the day with that. The one thing that concerns me is that in the process, as they get closer and closer to the trial date, if JetBlue, in trying to appease the DOJ, and they've already done some of that where they've indicated that they would relinquish assets that belong to Spirit, let's say up in LaGuardia or other places, and say, we will give those up if you consider approving this merger. Depending upon whether or not anything for Fort Lauderdale would be on that table, what is that and what does it look like? And do I feel as though that I would be able to look you in the face and say, that's a good thing for us or a bad thing for us? I have to see where they get in that context. As you know, I've been really rather close to this, closer than most. So I have to be a little bit reserved in my comments.
That's why I said
right now.
high level.
But right now, it looks like they are set for trial in the October timeframe.
Okay. One more piece of the real estate aspect of it is the Wildlife Center. How are we doing there? I mean, I get calls, of course, and from those folks, and I know that the history was that when I first came on board here, that we had given them an opportunity to go to a park site. They declined. We extended, right? It's coming up pretty soon. So I just don't really have to comment about it other than the fact that we just need to be conscious of that to make sure that we accommodate all parties. But at the end of the day, I understand that that is an asset that we need to use for our airport, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, very good. A couple more things. I'm just curious because, we're at, on page 4, we talk about the CPE at $9.99, correct? Mm-hmm. Can we just not round that off to $10 and $2? I mean,
I think it was.
that is for a
I
penny.
think it was at 10, Mayor, and I said I don't like that number. Make
I'm
it
not
9 something.
selling a car for $99.99. It's $10,000. So I mean, I'm just curious. Why did you put $1.99 or $9.99?
I think it's just that's the way the numbers crunch out. I prefer the number 8.99.
Norm would like it because he
but
could balance it out without that penny. See.
for those that look at our airport and ask us what our CP is, it's like selling things on TV.
That's what I said, $99.99,
It's
right?
$9.99, and I'll send you a second one for $9.99 if you pay the shipping charges on it. But
Okay. This last but not least is I just want to again compliment your staff. Kirsten had a lot of words to say today, and she's like our auditor. But really dealing with Selena and Michael, when unfortunately you're out of pocket to some extent, absolute professionals, absolute responsive. I mean, it's just really, it shows your leadership, but more importantly, it shows what quality of folks you have behind you. I just want to publicly thank them for all they do for us as a board and obviously for our county.
thank you, Mayor. They're the
Okay.
best.
Without further ado, we are now done with you. You may be released, sir.
Thank you, sir.
And as we move on to
WWS.
WWS, Water, Wastewater Services, Mr. Garcia will come and do his setup.
Look
Mr.
at the
Foster?
official passage of the.
Where's the gavel? Where's the gavel?
Come on, Alan, we've been waiting for you.
You want the 5-minute presentation?
Yeah, so we know that,
Mr. Mayor, I hope we have fun and that we'll get to
all righty. So, Commissioner Rogers stepped out, so maybe we'll wait here for a couple of minutes. She has take a break. Okay. There she is. Okay, item 3, of course, is our Public Works, Water, and Wastewater Services. Ms. Superior, you can again
I will take
introduce one of our superstars.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Once again, I have the honor of introducing another distinguished leader in our organization, this time Alan Garcia is going to lead us through his enterprise operations and the budget discussion and the recommendations that we're putting forth for you all to consider. Just want you, as you listen to this, think about the many challenges that this particular industry is also faced with each and every day, some of which we have had some conversations about recently, and where this will be headed. This budget is proposed to you all with all of these future issues potentially in mind, while not directly demonstrated in this budget, but you will see that we are taking a very conservative and responsible approach yet again in this budget presentation. So thank you, Mr. Garcia. The floor is yours.
Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Monica. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, it's my pleasure to once again, for another year, present the Water and Wastewater FY 24-28 Capital Program and the FY 24 Operating Budget to the Board of County Commissioners. We're going to first start off with the capital program, and as we've seen in past years, the capital program really is driven by certain key program elements: system reliability, septic tank elimination, and regulatory rule impacts. And if you see at the bottom of the regulatory rule impacts, we've got a new one this year, and that is PFAS regulations, and we'll get into that as we go through the presentation. Once again, as far as system reliability, we want to make sure we've got a system that when somebody goes, they can flush their toilet, they can turn their faucet on. The quality of water is excellent. We want to make sure that that system is operating to the full level of service that our customers expect. We look to reduce the amount of boil water orders, especially system-wide. That's the real tough one. You're always going to get a little break here or there that maybe affects 5, 10 customers, but it's those big, thousands and thousands of customer system-wide breaks that we really try to focus on. Same way with sewer backups and sewer breaks. A lot of the issues that we do have are caused by contractors not getting proper locations, digging, hitting. A lot of the contractors nowadays are using the directional drills, and we're still getting, the occasional contractor that will take a directional drill and run it right through the middle of our pipe. So a lot of these are not, reflective of the aging of the system, but more reflective of, other negligence and error by other contractors. Most of our repairs, we've got a great, I can't say enough about our operations division. Most of these repairs are made within 4 hours average, and typically, I can't remember the last time one of our boil water notifications was not cleared within 48 hours, and that's typically the minimum. You test at 24, test at 48. If both tests pass, you clear the system, everybody can stop doing the boil water. And so typically, the system is cleared and we get it back in service. All right, looking at unsewered areas, this is the current map. The red reflects the remaining areas of unsewered areas for our service area, not countywide, but just our service area. And you can see really the big one is still that one down at the bottom, the 3BC. That's the area that sort of encompasses Perry Airport, and then to the east. That's really our biggest area left. You can see there's still some areas in Dania Beach that are real small in our 3A service area. Very little in District 2 and District 1. That still has to be done. We have about 2,400 septic tanks that remain to be put out of service. We've eliminated over 16,000 since 2001 when we really started our neighborhood improvement program. The project that I mentioned down in 3BC, that one by Perry Airport, that's going to eliminate 2,100 of the remaining 2,400 septic tanks. So that's going to get the lion's share, and when we're done with that, we can basically say, hey, we've eliminated. There's probably going to still be some that we can't. I know of a couple areas where it was a private road, and the first resident on that road owned the easement all the way across the road, and said, I'm not going to give an easement for the sewer. So, short of ultimately going to a eminent domain for that, there's like 4 or 5 residents there that we've not been able to put in place. So, we're still going to look at that. One of the other interesting factors that came up is one of the questions that got raised by Lenny Valapondo with the Resilient Environment Department about, they did a study of the permits that were issued in Broadview Park, because we did the sewer there a couple of years ago, and they felt like about 50% of those customers still never hooked up to the sewer system. So we finally have started now going out and we smoke test the system, which means you pump smoke down into the sewer, and if you see it rise out of the top of the vent stack of the house, you know they're connected. If you don't see any smoke coming out of that vent stack or even coming out of the door or anything like that in the house, they're not connected. So now we've been able to go through and start to put together a map of those that have not connected, even though we're charging them. We're charging all these customers as if they were connected. They use 10,000 gallons of water. They get a bill for 10,000 gallons of water and 10,000 gallons of sewer, even though they're not connected. But we then turn that information over to Lenny, and through code enforcement, they're going to go after those customers to actually make that connection. Because once again, the whole goal is to eliminate the septic tanks in these areas. Water availability rule, we'll just touch on this real quick. This is the rule that resulted in us participating in the C51 reservoir. The good news on the C51 reservoir is the last email we got from Ernie Cox with Palm Beach Aggregates indicated that they felt the construction would be done by August 10th. I've not gotten confirmation that it's done. I think it's still running a couple weeks behind, but they are significantly done. I would expect them to probably be done at the latest by the end of September. One of the things they're going to have to do is every one of the cities that you see on that list that participated and bought an allocation in the C51, they will have a representative on this governing, not a board, but I guess, governance committee that's going to sort of, run and operate and maintain that system and determine how much each utility is going to pay on annual O&M fees. But that hasn't happened yet. I know they've started talking about trying to get all the utilities together to find out who they want, for the representative. So that'll sort of be the next step. And then as soon as they are done, we will have to pay for our, allocation share of the 6 million gallons that we purchased. Reuse successes, it's actually starting to increase. We've gotten more interest. One thing with Palm Beach County is Palm Beach County initially was going to take, I think, up to 16 million gallons per day. And, we had brokered the deal with them when initially they were the only, game in town for us to really meet our requirement under the ocean outfall elimination rule. We said, okay, we will finance you constructing that system, and then as you use water, you will pay us back, with one of the components of the payback is paying that upfront, capital expenditure. They've seen significant increases in their costs. So we finally had to say to them, guys, we've got to cut it off here. We can't keep increasing our participation in that. If you have to stop some of your system and you can't use the full 16 million gallons, not a big deal. We're seeing interest from other utilities. The most recent one was Deerfield Beach. They start off with 1. I said, well, we probably can get you 1. And then when the Palm Beach County thing hit, we said, we can definitely get you 1. And they've said, well, maybe we'd like to get a couple more million gallons for Deerfield Beach. One of the things that's nice is when DOT comes in to expand 10th Street with that connector between the Sawgrass and 95, they're going to do put a lot of the pipe in for that. So we're seeing that. I would not be surprised now that the line is active and North Springs is using it, that, Parkland may not show some interest. I think Parkland's showing some interest because they're doing some upgrades to Locks Road with medians and stuff like that. So they're going to irrigate it with the line, and we're working with them on that. So, we're seeing that, there is renewed interest, and So the amount that we're losing from Palm Beach, because we had to scale back what they're doing, I think we will easily make up through these other cities, as time goes on. But the plant is done. We're just finalizing and, closing out the project, but it is now up to 26 million gallons per day. And like I said, we are now delivering water to North Springs Improvement District. And I'm not sure if they've used any yet. I think they had some issues with the system that they had on their side, either closed valves or maybe some leaking pipes. But, fairly shortly, they'll be using, the reclaim to supply, the houses, at least in the wedge area. Biosolid disposal. Very critical that we started this biosolids working group with the utilities that you see on that list, because we just got notification from our biosolid disposal handler, H&H Sludge, that because of some changes in regulatory rules at the state, they're losing some of their property. They can't put as much per acre that they used to do. So now they need more land, and the land's just not there. So they've got to find other locations, and so they've already reached out to us and said, hey, we need to, I believe they're going to honor their price for this year, but for the remaining renewal years, we are going to look at making an amendment to the prices because they've just gone up. And we were lucky keeping them fairly, not significant increases in the past, but now it's really hit. So, one of the things that we're looking at is both in this working group and also separately is, the potential to go from Class B biosolids to Class A. You go to Class A, that's just handled as fertilizer. It's not regulated by DEP. It's regulated by the Agriculture Department, and there's no limitations on where that can go. So that'll open up stuff for us. And actually, not to jump the gun into the PFAS discussion, but one of the thoughts are, are some of these technologies, because one way you get from Class B to Class A is you heat the biosolid, the sludge, and that inactivates the viruses, and that's what makes it B versus A. So the hope is possibly by doing this, would that heat also break the PFAS chain? So there's some ongoing, research with regards to that, but that's one of the things that's going to come up because there's going to be PFAS in the biosolids. Is it going to be a higher level than what's in the water? Possibly. Our focus as we get into the PFAS discussion is really going to be, right now, we want to treat it in the water. The water we take out of it, we want to treat it first and foremost, and then we'll look at treating other sources. And there's a lot of sources that are out of our control. Foods, containers, nonstick surfaces, all those things are adding to it. And I've not seen a lot of research yet that really says, okay, if you got PFAS, if somebody ingests PFAS, how much goes in the solid portion, how much goes in the treated effluent, what that breakdown is. Now, one thing I will say is I've seen is a lot of times the PFAS levels in wastewater tend to be higher than in water because of these other outside influences, So let's jump into the PFAS regulation. As we've briefed the board previously, it's, a category of manufactured chemicals that have been used in industries, waterproofing, nonstick cookware, firefighting foam, containers, product containers. And some of these PFAS over a long period of time are known to have negative health effects, including issues with liver, pregnancy and developing babies. So what happened was the EPA had the regulation, and that had a health advisory level, which was what they believed to be a safe level of PFAS components at 70 parts per trillion. Okay. Now they looked at PFOS, FOS, and PFOA, which are the two really most harmful PFAS chemicals or constituents. There's like 29 PFAS components. They looked at that, and right now they have a proposed rule to take it from 70 parts per trillion down to, not the health advisory level. The health advisory level is going to go to like tenths of parts per trillion from 70 parts. So it's a significantly huge jump. But the maximum contaminant level that you can have in the water, they are proposing to set at 4 parts per trillion for the PFAS and PFOA. They also looked at some of what they call the Gen X PFAS components, and they set a hazard index. So there's sort of a complicated formula, but bottom line is you take those 4 PFAS that you see there, PFNA, PFBS, HFPO, and PFHXS, and you put them in this formula, and if you have a health or a hazard index above 1, you've got to treat that also, okay? So we did some testing about a month and a half ago, and we found that for our 1A treated water, the PFAS was 18 parts per trillion, and PFOA was 6.1, and a hazard index of 0.5. So we were below the 1 with a hazard index, which was good news. On the 2A plant, our PFAS was 26 parts per trillion, and PFOA was 8.3. Once again, the hazard index was less than 1 at 0.773. So there's no doubt we're going to have to treat that water. We're going to have to get those PFAS and PFOA levels down to 4. But I will tell you, I've seen some results for Pompano, I've seen results for Delray Beach, and in a lot of cases, we are lower on our levels than that. It could have been much worse, but it's still going to require some treatment and some cost. In fact, after I leave here today, we've got our actual kickoff meeting with our consultant that's going to be doing our PFAS investigation, PFAS plan. So that is starting off, and so we'll see what comes out of that, and we'll see also at the end of December where EPA is with that rulemaking process. So it's there, but it's not, it's not at sky high levels to where somebody, would be concerned about, continued exposure. But like I said, if the rule goes through, we will have to treat that to get it down to 4 parts per trillion for both components. And, so you can see our 5-year capital program has a total of $461 million. The biggest majority of that is the distribution and collection. Right now in those numbers is not a PFAS cost yet. Ultimately, when we see what that's going to take, and we've heard ballpark of 150 million total for both treatment plants, but it just really is going to be a matter of how we're going to treat that. What's going to take to get it in compliance with the proposed EPA rules. But right now our focus still is on replacing our infrastructure out in the field, so we don't have catastrophic breaks and catastrophic failures of our pipeline system. Okay, our operating budget really is set up of the operating costs, our debt service components, and the capital program costs. And you can see, we continue to see the increases. A lot of that is, increases due to just really inflationary indexes or increases. We're really, if somebody would ask me last year, well, was there any issues with COVID and prices going up? I'd say we didn't see a significant amount. We have this year now. Like I mentioned, and it's not COVID related, but the disposal of the biosolids is going up. We're seeing a significant 100% increase in sodium hypochlorite that we use to convert into chlorine. We're part of a co-op with that, and we got notification that price is doubling. So we're starting to see really some significant increases in materials, chemical supplies, and other equipment. So that's putting stresses on the system. But if you look at those overall costs, because we can tweak down the capital program cost, that's the capital program cost, the cash finance capital. We can tweak it a little bit so you can see it's been a pretty level since like 2022, increase in that graph. And really, overall, it's been pretty linear. This is our annual rate survey, and you could see we are now down at the bottom, very near the bottom. I tried to, while I sat here during the other presentations, to see what, if there was any word out there on future rate increases for other utilities. Really couldn't see anything yet. I think a lot of it hasn't been proposed. Some of the cities will do it as of January 1st. I did see an article in the Sun Sentinel that mentioned that the city of Fort Lauderdale could very easily double their current water bill by 2025 to pay for that new treatment plant that they're doing. So they used to be almost at the bottom. They are now significant. They're above the average countywide, and I think for them it's just going to keep going up. And that's one reason why I think it's been important that we've tried to stay proactive, and we've been replacing our system since the 2000. So by doing that, we've been able to sort of avoid those big sticker shock double-digit rate increases. In fact, I think Fort Lauderdale last year was 8.6 for water and 7 for sewer, if I'm not mistaken. So right now, the average increase that we're looking at for our customers, and I'll go back real quick. So the average bill right now for a 5,000 gallon customer is $68.95. That will, with our proposed rate increase, will go up $3.69, per month. We're looking at a average rate increase of basically 5% for our average customer, which is residential 5/8 inch meter, 5,000 gallon consumption. You can see by this chart, it's 4.98% total increase for a $3.69 rate increase. Part of that is we want to put ourselves in a position that when we do have to start to fund PFAS treatment, we can do it without having really, really significant. I'd rather spread out a 5% increase for 10 years than to do 2, 3, and then 5 years into it have to do a double-digit increase. I think it's easier for customers budgeting and to really absorb that kind of rate increase. And still at 5%, it's significantly less. I can almost assure you it'll be significantly less than a lot of the other utilities. And those that aren't doing that are not putting the investment back in their system that they should be. And at some point, it's going to hit them and hit them hard, just like it did with Fort Lauderdale. Overall, that $3.69 increase, or a monthly bill of $77.73, based on the 2022 median household income, is about 1.5%. That annual cost is 1.5% of the median household income, which is still within the metrics of what the EPA and American Water Works Association deemed to be an affordable rate increase. Finally, our wholesale rates, we do have a increase in the wholesale wastewater of 85 cents per month, and then we're increasing the cost per 1,000 gallons from $2.75 to $2.92, which ends up being, once again, for an average customer within our operation of 85 cents per month. Depending on what the individual large users change, that may be a little bit different for their customers. Same thing with the wholesale water rates. This is the raw water that we supply to Deerfield Beach, Hallandale, Hollywood, and Dania, and FP&L. That's going up from 26.5 cents to 30.6 cents per 1,000 gallons, which is about 20 cents per month increase for customers on that. And both those contracts are set up that costs are trued up each year, and depending on the true up, if people have paid too much into it, then we reduce the charges for the next year. If they haven't paid enough, then we catch up and true those final costs up. So, obviously, depending on what happens with the system, the true up may raise future or lower future rates. And with that, basically, we continue to provide a cost-effective, reliable service with very competitive rates. I put what we offer our customers versus the rates that we charge against any other utility in South Florida, and I continue to see manageable future rate increases being forecast to fund, these upcoming, larger impacts to the system. So
Thank
with
you.
that,
Thank you, Alan, so much. Appreciate you.
Turn over
We're
any
going to again
questions.
start with my right here, so we'll start with Commissioner Ryan for any questions or comments.
You spoke about an increase in, our consumptive use permit after we, were able to open up the C51 reservoir. And what does that look like for us, going forward in the next, 5 or 10 years? We had, I think there's 2 phases on that C51. There was the first, what I call a big rock pit, swimming pool that was like, I think it was going to be like 120 million gallons a day that you could access. But then there's a second storage area that's about double that. What's the timeline? And you spoke with Ernie, what's his last name?
Cox.
Ernie Cox on this for some time. And I think he's with, is that Florida Crystals?
He's working with Palm Beach Aggregates.
Yeah.
They're the owners of the reservoir, but he's got, I think, his own separate company, but he's working with them, and he was really the person to try to work with the utilities to sell this
Right,
concept.
but it's a 2-phase opening
Yeah,
there.
there,
And
so the
the
first
one
phase,
is open.
the first phase was, I believe it was 35 million gallons per day total capacity, and that was allocated out. Let's see, I'll show you all the way back here. But that was
Right, when you
allocated
got
out by the
Miami-Dade to
users.
finally come on
Yeah,
board, you got enough.
and so yeah, there we go. So, with Miami-Dade joining in at the 15, that basically bought out the whole capacity for phase 1. I have not heard any plans right now for a phase 2, just because I don't know that anybody, none of the utilities in Palm Beach have said, hey, we want this. Nobody else in in Broward County has said, hey, we want to join this now. So I'm not sure the second phase is going to happen, and if it does, I don't think it's going to happen anytime in the near future. But right now we've got a source that's going to provide that additional alternative water supply that really meets most of these utilities' needs for probably out to 50 years.
Yeah. Well, we see that there continues to be a lot of, demand for additional residential units. And, I'm seeing these like high-density multifamily residential, developments that are becoming popular, especially on these TOD areas, transportation-oriented development areas. So as we continue, to see that, how are we, keeping up? We have a population increase, what is it, about, 10, 20,000 additional people every year coming into Broward County?
14,000.
Okay, 14,000 annually. And, I don't see, and of course, Senator Geller could talk a little bit about, the land development, community and those demands. But where are we on the ability to continue to have, sufficient water resources to keep up with this development?
Well, I think by us purchasing that 6 million gallons of allocation from the C51 really gave us that comfort level. The one thing I will say, commissioners, I think there's certain areas that are more susceptible and more attractive for densification, these high-rise condos. I mean, if you look at the stretch along Las Olas and that corridor there, that's a big thing. We don't see a lot of that in our service areas that much, nor is there a lot of really vacant land in our service areas. So we haven't seen significant jumps in our area. We haven't seen, there's been a couple cases, like for instance up in Crystal Lake, they took out the golf course, okay? But for whatever reason, they haven't developed any of that yet, which certainly would, increase. But, we do project through our, through the Lower East Coast Plan and other planning, elements, what we expect to see growth in our area. And right now, this amount does, account for any growth that we're going to see in our area.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Vice Mayor?
I just wanted to first thank you for your presentation and your staff.
Thank you, Senator.
As well, who's here, for their excellent work. I just did want to go back to the PFAS for a minute, because I'm trying to figure out what we are doing, not just with the Broward, what we're responsible for with the Broward Municipal District, but the rest of the county. When I look at and read the articles that have been coming out, which I never knew anything about until it was brought up to us, and now it seems to be exploding all over the country. So what are we looking at testing? What are we looking at doing? I had made the comment, which was included in one of the articles, and I still feel that way. I mean, you don't want to do anything that's going to scare people. You want to give them the facts and give them some idea of what we can do about it.
Yeah.
So I guess that's what I'm asking.
Well, so we did this testing, and the testing we did tested all 29 components. So what happens
But
is
just with Broward Municipal District, or no?
yes. Well, it tested the treated water that serves one of the BMSD, Broadview Park. So Broadview Park is served by us. The other BMSD areas that are served by Fort Lauderdale, the others,
okay.
we didn't test those because it's not our treatment plant.
So we just did that one testing area?
Well, yeah, we tested both of our treatment plants. The treatment plant up in Pompano, which is our 2A plant, and the one that's on Lauderdale, in Lauderdale Lakes on 441, that's our 1A. And that serves all the way down basically to Broadview Park, portions of Melrose Park, St. George, West Ken Lark, Broward Estates, that whole corridor, some of those areas that were annexed by Lauderhill. So all those, areas were, captured in the tests that we did. I know some of the others, like I said, I've seen results now for Pompano, Delray Beach. We're waiting to try to get some information on Hollywood's testing. But I don't know that, I think everybody's sort of sitting back and saying, okay, let's see what happens with this EPA rule. I don't know that the EPA at this point is going to say, you know what, let's hold off on it for another year. I think by December, or maybe shortly thereafter, they are going to put that rule in place, and, areas are going to have to start, do planning. Now, I will say this, I did see some information that several of the utilities in Broward County have applied for the state revolving loan funds to at least fund their planning and design efforts for what they're going to do to treat PFAS. But I don't know that many of them have tested. I think some of them probably are thinking is the EPA says, okay, come next year, you have to do these unregulated contaminant testing. It's called the it's UCMR, Unregulated Contaminant Monitoring Rule number 5. So every couple of years they put out this rule that says, hey, while we don't regulate these components, we want you to test for them. Okay, so the UCMR 5 is really to target the PFAS testing, PFAS and lithium in the water. So what we did was really the UCMR 5, that's the test we ran. So we did all 29 components of PFAS and lithium. And then we'll do it again in April for both water treatment plants. And then I think the tests are like 6 months apart. So I think maybe, I don't remember if it's our 2A plant would be in April, then October, and the other one might be June and December of 2024. So there'll be some more testing, and it'll be interesting to see because I think you're going to see some variations in time with PFAS levels in water, not significant swings, but there'll be some changes. But, I think it's on the radar for the other utilities, but I think right now, just like investing in their infrastructure, they're sort of holding off. They know it's going to be a big ticket item, and, I'm not sure how they're going to meet the timeline of 3 years that I think EPA is proposing. Whereas we want to get a jump on that. 3 years goes by really fast with the bidding and everything like that and construction. There's always going to be some kind of delays that could impact that. So, we want to try to be on top of that and really know by the time this plan is done that Brown and Caldwell are working on, what our game plan's going to be, what it's going to cost us, what we're going to do, and how we're going to get it done to be in compliance with the EPA. But I don't know for sure what the other utilities are thinking and what they're, if they've really put anything into motion, other than, like I said, a couple of them have applied for grants to at least, do some planning and design for the PFAS.
Well, I know that this isn't, specifically on topic for our, for this, topic of our water and wastewater, but I think that we need to be looking at trying to bring everybody together and have everybody doing the same thing, be ready. I mean, you have people all over, looking at other areas where nothing is being done and nobody's doing it,
Yeah.
So I think, if we know about the problem, and we don't know to the extent of the problem, but I think we should be trying to bring everybody into the fold to, to come up with you're talking about a plan. It should include the whole county.
And I don't know, Senator Giller might have some information whether or not the Water Advisory Board has really started to look at, PFAS and what the other utilities are thinking, looking at, planning to do, or if that's a future discussion with the.
We'll let him talk about that
Well,
when he
the only
gets his
thing I can
chance.
say is, as I read these articles and look at the plethora of lawsuits all over this country, they're going to change this. They're going to change this number.
Yeah.
And so I don't think we should just sit and wait.
Yeah.
I think we should be aggressive about it with
Yeah.
our county.
Yeah, because it's going to happen, whether or
Yeah.
not they go to the fore
That's it.
or, what they're going to do. But it's going to change. They're not going to keep it at the levels that
No.
it's at now.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Commissioner Udine.
Thank you. I don't want to really do a whole conversation on PFAS. And the reason I say that is because right now our water is much safer than that Diet Coke you're drinking right in front of you.
That is true.
I'll drink 1,000 glasses of water from any tap out of any water utility in Broward County against your couple of Diet Cokes, and health-wise, the water's going to be much. Monica too. And she's drinking. Annika's drinking regular Coke, and she looks like she's in the. She looks like she's in the best shape of all of us. Right. So, but I will say that something's going to change, because this is becoming a litigation nightmare, and the federal government's going to do something. I thought your comment kind of jives with and you've forgotten more about this than I'm going to ever know, but your comment jives with what my research is on this. When you tested the wastewater, there was much more PFAS coming out than when you tested the water going into the system, because this PFAS is in everything. So the water plants are going to be the scapegoats on this, even though the water plants aren't going to be the ones that are really contributing to this problem in any significant way. But what will happen is the federal government will come out, kind of similar to like what Tallahassee did, and they'll say, you need to do these recertifications, and it's going to cost you a boatload of money. No one's going to have the boatload of money. No one will be able to do it. We'll do it, but NSID may not do it.
Yeah.
Pompano may not do it. They may do it, but everyone's going to have these same problems, and the numbers are going to be extraordinary. So I appreciate you doing the capital budget by putting something in here like this. I assume we're going to have to do something by law at some point, but to plan around this is very complicated, and it's going to be a lot of stuff's going to come out of left field. So I'm going to leave it with that.
And Commissioner, if I can add though, just to clarify, so we did not test the wastewater. These are other
Right.
areas, but you could see, and I know they did some testing even down in the Miami River, to see what the levels of PFAS were in the Miami River.
Right.
And it's everywhere. That's
everywhere.
the whole thing. It's everywhere.
It's in every product. It's in
yeah.
the bag of potato chips that you're eating.
And that's why
It's
right
coming
now,
out of
to
that
me,
when you
our
have that.
focus has to be on cleaning up in the potable water, okay?
Right.
Because all these other things we can't control.
Can't control.
And we are working with Drew's office on, any, potential litigation and some of the, class action lawsuits that are
Right.
going on and stuff like that. So, we'll see what we get out of it. But one way or another, we've got to address it.
Right. So the only question, and I kind of have this every time, but I think that when we're in the private sector and we do an audit on a different thing, like a capital budget, or when an audit's being done, we usually kind of excuse management, and we say to the people that are bringing up, any issues or what they're talking about, and say, now give us the real scoop. We can't do that here because we have the sunshine law, but I'm going to ask you, so I'll ask you right in front of management because it affects everybody. Is there anything capital-wise that you've asked for that you say, we should be having this, we think we should have this, we better get this, and management is pushing back at you and saying, yeah, but there's budget issues, so let's not do that, because I don't want to get into a situation like Fort Lauderdale or like some of these other places. Let's pay as we need to pay it, but if we're getting, I don't want to kick the can down the road on anything.
And I would say the answer to that is no. Everything that we've presented, and I work very closely with Ron to really look at our needs and what we have to do to get that. And we really are far ahead of the curve as far as replacing our system and doing what we need to do. Now, yes, these regulatory impacts sort of come out of left field sometimes, and you've got to address that. But everything we've talked about, our needs, has been supported by Monica. If you look, the last couple years increases were 3%, but Monica was very, adamant about, hey, we got to we need to go for 5% because there are going to be these costs, and there's other, financial stressors on the system, and I'd love to have a 0% increase, but it's not reasonable,
Right.
And if you do, you're not maintaining the system where you need to, and
For the
you're
future.
100% right with that. So the answer to the question is no. Everything that we've asked for, that we've ever needed, between county admin and the board, been very gracious to give us what we need and give us that ability to manage the system the way we need to.
Okay. Other than to compliment you on the different reuse plans that you have, because I think especially what they're doing in the north part of the county has been a big winner over the last couple of years. Good job, and I appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner Dean. Senator Geller?
Thank you. And Alan, no, the WAB has not dealt with this because our last 4 meetings were all on septic, and where we realized there's almost nothing we can do with the legislature having prohibited us from doing almost anything. And we've been on break since, I think it was June, and the PFAS, at least in the county, but I'm sure that will be our next big topic. I want to talk about 2 issues. One was PFAS, the other was septic to sewer. PFAS, just very quickly. I suspect that with our diagnostic testing right now, we're finding stuff that in the past we never would have been able to find at levels in the parts per trillion. It used to be parts per billion that we were testing for. Between this and other things, I've heard a call for us to go to reverse osmosis. When I've discussed this with Dr. Gerardo, she said that going to reverse osmosis, which could deal with PFAS and other chemicals, would be, I'm paraphrasing, hideously expensive. Could be double or more what we're currently paying. I'm not sure that's a practical solution. Could you discuss what the actual cost of if we went to reverse osmosis is, which I'm afraid will, in 50 years we'll need to because of saltwater intrusion.
Yeah.
But can you discuss that?
Well,
also, and the energy, because it's also, it's very energy
Right,
dependent,
right.
and that could cause environmental issues.
So
Could
I
you
don't have an
discuss
estimate
that?
on the increased, really O&M costs, but specifically, like you said, it is a very energy-intensive process. You're using energy to pressurize and push that water through a membrane that filters it out. And I would say this, right now, there's probably no clear-cut winner that doesn't have some kind of negative impact to solve the PFAS. Like you said, if you do reverse osmosis, one, you're gonna have to change your filter membranes often, okay? Because you've got to that membrane concentrate got to go somewhere, and that's loaded with that'll be loaded with PFAS components. So you've got to deal with that. There's anion exchange, which is similar to reverse osmosis, and it's done with a filter media that you use. Same thing. You've got to then backwash, take that concentrate, and dispose of it somewhere. The other options are activated granular carbon, which my understanding is, and part of what Brown and Caldwell is going to do is look at these options, look at our test results, and say, hey, we think based on this, this is your best option. With the granular activated carbon, because there's so much organics in the water as it is, because that influence from the Everglades and the organics getting into the groundwater system. I've seen some studies that said, yeah, like every 2 weeks you're going to have to replace the granular activated carbon, which is not even feasible. So right now, there's nothing that you could say, hey, this is the clear-cut winner on what we're going to do. One of the things that I'm a little excited about is they've started some research on actually like zapping the water and using electrical current to break those PFAS bonds, because that's what makes it a forever chemical. It's so hard to break the bonds of those chemicals in a PFAS component. And so now it looks like, well, there's that potential that if you could run it through that current, it will zap and destroy the bonds and then effectively clean your water. So I think the one thing I believe is that you're going to see a lot of research and a lot of emerging technologies that may be much better solutions. You know, I'm not going to sit here right now and say, yeah, hands down, we're going reverse osmosis, because I don't believe that, you know, is necessarily the best solution. It might end up being the best solution, but right now I think there's, you know, other things to look at, and you know, ultimately if we need to do some bench testing with our consultant to say, hey, let's see what it takes to treat using these different methods, you know, and get a better idea on that.
The second topic I had, and the last one, was on septic to sewer. Were you attending or watching all of our water board meetings? Because the last 4, I believe, have been devoted to that. And I don't know if you've spoken with Mike Owens at the county attorney's office, who used to be the water board attorney. It's replaced now, but he's still dealing specifically with this one topic. And what we found, like cities like Hollywood tried to do with citywide impact to pay for the areas that were that didn't have sewer, and they were told they couldn't. How is the county able to do this? We're using county GR dollars on countywide to do this in the unincorporated areas that we control. Why aren't we running into the same issues that the city of Hollywood did? And have you discussed this with Mike in the county attorney's office?
I have not discussed it with Mr. Owens, but when that whole thing first came out, the first thing I did was to forward a copy of that to Mike Kerr, and I asked Mike to you know, take a look at that, render opinion. I gave him my opinion that I thought that it was not the right interpretation. When you're using your system revenues to expand your system, that expansion of the system only helps your existing clients. It keeps rates lower. You know, one reason I can't match Miami-Dade's rates is I don't have a system as big as Miami-Dade. But by being able to expand that system, you know, you could do it. So, you know, when Mike looked at it, Mike said, no, I think, and I forget who their outside attorney was, but Mike felt that they really misinterpreted, because the law that they quoted was really like impact fees, if I'm not mistaken, and it wasn't really. It didn't seem to match up with what we're doing and really what Hollywood was doing. But Hollywood said, "Oh no, we got to stop. We got to stop what we're doing," and you know, we disagreed with it.
Well, okay, Mr. Myers, I'd ask you to check with Mr. Garcia and with the other Mike Owens, not Mike Kerr, because Hollywood stopped because of a court ruling, and I think I don't recall if it went up on appeal, but I want to ensure that the county is not violating any existing court rulings. So I would ask that you talk. Mike Owens is an authority on this and can tell you that. Again, you have a lot of great experts in-house, but you understand what I'm asking you to do. So, and Alan, please consult with them just to make sure because
Absolutely.
What I don't want to have happen is for us to get sued later and have those issues. The second, I'm sorry. Any?
I worked with Alan on this. So the Hollywood, as he said, we also, a number of us in the office looked at the issue. The Hollywood ruling did rely on impact fees from a legal perspective, right? It's one of several opinions out there that speak to the issue. So there's also there's Hollywood-specific situation, which was really doing a system-wide impact fee. But there's also good law out there that says it's reasonable for us to expand our system, and it's reasonable for us to charge customers a fee that includes enough money in there to be able to continue to expand the system to serve future customers. So the way that Broward County, our opinion, and talking with our bond counsel, was that how we operate our system conforms with the other opinions that are out there that affect the expansion of systems.
I have not done any independent legal research. I do know what we were told at the Water Board by Mr. Owens, and so I'm just asking the county attorney to just verify, because again, I just want to make sure we end up not being sued later. And then the second and last question on the septic to sewer was in terms of connection, because when we were asking the cities about the smoke testing, they were all telling us, first of all, that they have no accurate records historically. I don't know if the county does, but the cities all said, well, we're not actually sure which homes connected 30, 40 years ago. They told us that it would be too difficult to get the smoke testing done because, for various reasons, I don't recall, but they said that we were told we couldn't do effectively, we couldn't do the smoke testing. And there was, again, the concern, as you pointed out, is the county currently just installing the sewer pipes, which we were told is 10 or 20,000, and paying for the connection to the home, or because it was the actual, I think, the connection from the mains to the homes where Hollywood ran into trouble, and there is that issue about that. I think is another 5,000 or 7,000 just that connection. Is the county paying for that also? And are we using our own contractors, or are we paying? Because again, that other cities that we had spoken with, some said that they didn't want to do it through the government because then when we dug up driveways or things, people would come and complain. So how are you handling that?
So a couple of years ago, the board approved a program that we did that was I forget the exact title, but it was something like utility connection program, and it was a program that gave us the ability, if a customer entered into agreement, to finance their on-site connection. Because normally we go up to the clean out, and that's the limit, because that's the point of demarcation where our service is and the customer service is. But so when we were doing Hillsborough Pine, the neighborhood improvement project up there, Commissioner Bogan at the time said, hey, are you guys, can you help these residents out with making the connections? We said, we can't pay for that because it would be a violation of our bond covenant to make improvements on private property that we don't own. But we came up with this ability to finance it, and then what happens is, if it's a $4,000 cost to connect them, we gave them 180 months paid off. So we took 4,000 by 180, and every month on their water and sewer bill, they pay an extra, small amount. The thing was that was only set up for the BMSD. So for us, it was only Hillsborough Pines and Broadview Park, even though Broadview Park was done at that point. Now, as we find these customers in Broadview Park that have not connected, they would be eligible for that. What we did is we did have we hired put a bid out, hired a contractor, and in Hillsborough Pines, it was actually water and sewer connections. In Broadview, it'll just be a sewer connection. So, if we get 30 customers coming to us saying, hey, we'd like to participate in this program, we will go out, we'll do a bid, we'll get a private plumber that'll be under bid for us. They'll go do the work, we'll figure out how much it's going to cost for each one, we'll execute the agreements with the homeowners, and then we'll start letting them pay off the financing of that. for Broadview Park. The one thing I'll say, Senator, is when Lenny came out and said, "Hey, I think like 50% of your customers never connected," I said, "Lenny, I think that's a little high, because what we do is we asked the county's building department, since they were doing the unincorporated areas permitting, please let us know whenever somebody pulls a sewer connection permit." So we'd get these permits, and if it was before a year up, we would know, because a lot of times the customers aren't picking up the phone saying, "Hey, Broward County WWS, just want to let you know we made the connection, please start billing us." So what happened is typically by default, when the year hit that they had to connect, they started getting billed. But we would get these, notifications of sewer connection permits. And I told Lenny, I said, "I think you're going to find that some of the residents in Broadview Park made their own connection. I know that, and I've seen, a lot of individuals that live in that general area, they do a lot of day labor work for contract. They're very handy. They're very handy with utilities. So I think a lot of them ended up just making the connection, never pulled the permit. And that's why we finally said the only way we're going to really know is to smoke test that system. And so it's I would say, looking at the maps we did, maybe 25% of the area of the homes did not connect.
Okay. In conclusion, all I would ask, just to make sure you're doing everything correctly, if you have not already done so, could you sit down with Lenny Villalpando, Dr. Gerardo, and Mike Owens, and just run what you're doing by them?
Sure, absolutely.
Great, thank you.
And Lenny's aware, because every time I get a map from my staff saying, "Okay, here's where we saw smoke come out, here's where we didn't see smoke," I give it to Lenny. Now Lenny's got the addresses, and he can follow up with the enforcement. I've got another map. I've got to give him the second round of smoke testing in a different area in Broadview Park. But yes, so I've been working with Lenny, but I will continue to work with Lenny, Jennifer, and Michael.
Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Rogers, thank you, Senator. Commissioner Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'm going to wear my real estate hat for a moment because buyer beware. So if this should have been a project that was completed, everyone participating, now I'm buying your house and I don't know. How do you protect me as a county?
So
Broward Water Board had just passed a resolution dealing with that will come to the county commission, that will
Put it on, will make connection to sewer a required disclosure on the real estate contract.
Thank you.
But it's out of the
Answer.
water board, but not yet out of commission.
Okay.
yeah, because Commissioner Rogers, like I said, we don't, once that year hit, whether somebody called us up and said we connect or didn't, we start charging the sewer. That's why we couldn't definitively say, yes, 100 Southeast 3rd Street definitely is connected. We just know we're billing them. And the odd thing is these people that were billing that never did connect, never came back and said, "Hey, wait a minute, why are you billing me? I'm not connected." So we didn't know. Now with the smoke testing, we do. So, as that plays out, if we have the records, if once we can update, customer service records, we can probably put a note on that customer service, and then when somebody goes to buy it and they want to do their estoppel letter, where they say, "Hey, is there any balance?" We could also tell them there is no balance, and by the way, it's not connected to sewer. But I would think too, there's probably the possibility that when they do the home inspection, it may be able to come out, during the inspection, but maybe not, because it's hard to see. You've got to pull out the clean out and see if water's running down that pipe when you're flushing the toilet in the house.
Okay. I like the answer coming from Senator Geller.
Yeah, no, that would
That'd
be a great thing.
Mr. Mayor, I just received a text from the county attorney that earlier today, he approved the placing on the agenda what the water board had. So
We are most
Very
pleased with those
good.
actions, sir. Most
Okay.
pleased. Thank you.
All right, everything else is good. Let me take you to page 17, that rate survey.
Okay.
Do we have all the cities in Broward County listed? How does that work?
Yes, that is all the utilities that provide water and build their customers. You don't see
Okay.
Lauderdale Lakes on there because we provide the water and we bill the Lauderdale Lakes customers. It's not being billed by the
By the
city.
cities.
So that's just included in our Broward County WWS rate.
Okay.
You know, as well as some of the other parts of cities that we serve, but if it's our customer, it's gonna be in that rate. So, yes, there are some areas, like, I think Wilton Manors, I
Yeah.
don't think Wilton Manors is on here, because they may be supplied by Fort Lauderdale, but then again, Wilton Manors may actually rebill their customers, you know.
Neither is
so it's-
Weston.
Neither Weston.
Weston is done by outside. It's done by Sunrise. There are a number of
Yeah,
cities
yeah.
that are like
Yeah,
that.
so whoever
Yeah.
gives the bill to the customer, that's who's gonna show up in this survey, whether it's the actual city or not where they live.
Thank you. Good report.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner. You finished?
Yes, sir.
Again, I'm not even going to get into it because the time is of the essence here, but just want to thank you, Alan, for always stepping in when I've asked you to do something for a municipality or whatever it may be, especially in the Highlands and Pompano Beach. You were just right on it. So the reuse obviously is very big in Miles Point, Deerfield, and Pompano. Working with Pompano and their plant to get supplier reuse is very important, so thank you for that. That concludes this portion. We are item number 4. It is about 20 to 3. Monica, I am hoping and praying that we can do this in about 20 minutes, maybe?
I believe so, and
Okay.
I just want to thank you and the commissioners for your support. This is a big, the one that we just completed was also very big as we move forward with the rates.
Everything's important. I don't want to shortcut anything. I just want to make sure that time's become the essence, whether we need to discontinue another time. I think we can do it in about 20 minutes.
I believe so.
Thank you.
And just so you know, we're checking on what's happening with the power, but we understand there's a big storm outside right now.
I thought I heard thunder.
So,
You don't think it's Mark, Gail, and Jonathan, though?
right, they're over there after we talked about all the FPL stuff.
Or is that God telling us to stop and go tomorrow?
That may be also, yeah.
Bob? God might be telling us a story to stop and continue tomorrow, right? All right. Who's on deck?
Who's on first?
Yeah. Kevin and I and Norm and Jennifer. I gotta.
There's a lot of lightning outside.
It was cold.
Okay, we're going to come back to order now, and item number 4 is Public Works Solid Waste and Recycling Services. I'm going to again, everybody take your seats, so I'll get Ms. Shapiro to introduce the team.
Yep.
We'll be on this, okay?
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. So, once again, another important and viable area of our services that we provide to this community. And so we're going to start with an overview of the budget. And in this presentation, I'm going to ask Noelia Orozco from our Office of Management and Budget to lead the discussion and walk you through the slides for the budget. And then we're going to have the rest of all of our team here, including Ms. Austin and Mr. Palicki from Solid Waste and Recycling Services, available, as well as myself, Kevin, Michael, the whole team, if there's anything. And to remind you and the commission, this coming Tuesday, we'll have an agenda item
For ILA.
for a little bit of an appointment issue for the authority, and then we'll have some subsequent discussions. You guys are very well versed on all of those issues related to the solid waste authority and have been engaged for quite some time. So this exercise here, we will get through it quickly, and it's really just to give you an overview of where we are with the budget, and it should be pretty quick. Thank you.
Very good. To reiterate, we have that ILA coming up, we have that operation coming up, and Commissioner Furr's been excellent in keeping us up to date on this, so thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor. Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. I'll be giving you, as Monica mentioned, the overview of the solid waste and recycling services budget. These are some of the topics that we will be discussing and going into greater detail today. The recommended budget, landfill expansion update, and landfill rates. For FY24, the recommended budget is $73.9 million, and this represents a 14% increase over the FY23 adopted budget. The operating programs increased by $1.1 million, and this is mainly attributed to the landfill operations program, which had increases related to an addition of an equipment operator senior position, as well as motor pool expenses. Disposal contracts paid by cities decreased by $1.2 million, and this is mainly due to the city of Margate no longer participating in centralized billing. However, this is a pass-through contract, and the reduction will be seen on the revenue and expense side of the budget. Reserves are budgeted at $54.2 million, and 3 reserves are included in that number. 1 state-mandated reserve for landfill closures at the Broward County landfill is included. That's $38 million. A Broward County estimated reserve for contingencies and other county landfill closures is included at $14 million. In addition, 1 reserve is budgeted for the first time in FY24 to begin setting aside funds for the anticipated cell expansion. That's budgeted at $1.6 million. Capital funding in the amount of $3.1 million is included, and that includes funding for a dozer, water wagon, and dump truck. In addition, there's building improvements included for expenses needed across various facilities. As you may recall from prior years, the county operates 3 main programs in which municipalities participate. This slide shows the municipalities participating in those programs and the cost associated with the programs based on the FY24 ILAs. The largest program that the Solid Waste and Recycling Services Division operates is the Broward County landfill. It is the only publicly owned and operated landfill in the county, and it opened in 1988. It accepts a variety of waste materials, and it's open to all Broward County residents. It is currently permitted at 52 acres, and as you'll see in the next slide, tonnages have been increasing over the past years. And so preservation of the landfill's capacity is of the utmost importance. This graph displays the inbound waste at the landfill for bulk waste, construction materials, and yard trash. As you can see, the construction materials first peaked in 2006 at the onset of the Great Recession as construction was booming, and that was followed by decreases in the following years. Construction materials peaked again in 2019 and were followed by some reductions in 2020 and 2021 due to the effects of the pandemic. As you may recall, in January of this year, the county increased tipping fees to $65 per ton in the first of a multi-year rate increase to begin setting aside funds for the cell expansion. Now we're going to talk about the proposed cell expansion. And as I mentioned, we currently have 52 acres of permitted landfill area. Of the 6 permitted cells, only 1 is currently active. That would be cell 2B, which is approximately 20 acres. Last year, we received an estimate from the Florida Department of Environmental Protection, which estimated that the remaining useful life of cell 2B was approximately 10 years. However, this was based on the reduced volumes that we saw in 2020 and 2021. Internal estimates put the remaining life at much lower rates, and the actual amount will depend on the continued inbound tonnages. And as you may recall, last year, the board approved $1 million as part of the FY23 adopted budget for the design of a 10-acre cell expansion. This slide shows a bird's eye view of the landfill, and in yellow you can see the active cell, cell 2B, and adjacent to that is the proposed expansion area, which is approximately 20 acres. As we previously mentioned, the county estimates that cell 2B has approximately 6 years of remaining useful life, and that might be less due to increased activity. And this is based on an estimate from a consultant which was completed earlier this year. As we, the recommendation from staff is currently to increase the cell expansion to 20 acres from the 10 acres discussed last year. However, the recommendation is still to use existing design funds that were provided last year for that design. Construction costs are anticipated to be $12 million, and that includes $1 million per completed acre, which would include prep with liner for $10 million in total, which is unchanged from last year. In addition, $200,000 per rough grade of acre would include prep without liner for an additional $2 million, which is an increase from last year. Staff is currently in the beginning stages of procuring for a consultant for the permitting and design phase. And the cell expansion is extremely important as it will provide additional space for the waste disposal needs of the county. In this slide, we see the disposal rates for bulk and construction material across various facilities in the county. And you can see that at $65 per ton, the Broward County landfill continues to have the lowest rate. As far as proposed rates, all rates are proposed to stay the same with the exception of bulk and construction debris, which is proposed to increase in January of 2024 to $85 per ton. A $15 per ton increase is anticipated for January of 2025, and the solid waste team will propose the rate increases at an upcoming public hearing in September for the board's approval. Lastly, here we see the fiscal impact of the proposed rate increases for the next 3 years. And these incremental increases will provide the necessary funds for the cell expansion that we've discussed. And to close out, I'd just like to remind the board once again that the solid waste team will be taking an item to the board for approval of rate increases in a public hearing in September. With that, I'll turn it back over to the county administrator. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Orozco. So, as you will see, Mayor and Vice Mayor and Commissioners, in order to try to prepare for the future, we're once again, and we had shared some of the proposed increases over the next couple of years. Last year, we introduced that. We shared that it would be going up. Our proposal would be to go up subsequently in the next 2 years. So we're here at the second year, and this year we're recommending a $20 for C&D per ton increase. And that's still, you look back on if you want to go back to slide 10, you'll see where that would even put us next year. We're still on the very lower end of all of those tonnage fees. And this is twofold. We think we'll get a little bit more revenue, but really we're looking at trying to see if that might even divert some of that tonnage so we can preserve the time and space that we are so desperately trying to preserve while we move forward on these other discussions. Thank you. And so with that, Mr. Mayor, if you, I don't know
Thank
if you
you.
want
Yeah, I
to
don't know if
any
we need to go
questions?
round robin if you have a question. Oh, okay, go ahead, Commissioner Dean, and then Senator Geller.
Good job, much better than that Norm guy that usually does this. So, here's my question. So this division and this department, this is not an enterprise fund, but this is not ad valorem stuff. This is all user paid of what goes on here. So all of this is borne by the user, other than the few dollars that we have for like certain planning, or everything comes out of user funds.
So that is correct in that it is absolutely supported by the funds that are generated from it, but it is technically called an enterprise fund.
Oh,
It's
it is
just
an
not one
enterprise
in-
fund.
It's
Okay.
just not one of the economic engines that we're accustomed to seeing, one of the large ones, but it is an enterprise fund.
Got it. Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Senator Geller?
A quick announcement and then a question. On the announcement, one of the things that some of you attended the joint South Florida Treasure Coast Regional Planning Council meeting last year where we had 120, 130 people on solid waste. We're having another one this year, October 20th, and it's scheduled right now to be at the Performing Arts Center here in Broward. Last time we went to Palm Beach. And this one is focusing specifically on recycling because the impact on the solid waste, if we can get a recycling way up, that would, be a new paradigm for our solid waste facility. So I just wanted to let everybody know we haven't sent out invitations yet, but if you want to put that on your calendar, it is 10 to 4 on Friday, October 20th. And now I have one question, and I don't know whether this is I don't think it's to Ms. Orozco. I think it's to the county administrator, but it could be solid waste director. I spoke last week to the Southwest Ranches Town Council, and you'll never guess what the single biggest question that I got was. I think you probably know. I'm getting mail every week, probably averaging at more than one a day. I'm certain Senator Rich is as well, about what they are convinced is the incinerator that would go on the Southwest Broward site. And what I have told them based on the information that I have from the South Florida Regional Planning Council is right now no decision has been reached on that. That if we're able, and I heard this at an SFRPC meeting, if we're able to get recycling up into the 75% range, which unlikely but possible, we may not even need, we probably would not need another burner. That if we do decide that we need another burner, that no location has yet been chosen. So that is what I have represented based on the information I have. Ms. Sapero, can you verify that I have been giving out? I've given out what I think is accurate. Can you verify if that is accurate?
It is accurate. There is no plan for an incinerator, as you all know and are very well versed, each of you, is that There's been no decision made on that, and in fact, the only thing that has been substantively decided is that you have joined an authority, that the county has joined as a member of the authority, and these types of issues will be discussed by the authority, of which we are one member of. And those issues will be jointly discussed, and any plans for any future approaches for solid waste and recycling will be discussed and decided by that authority, and will be fully vetted with all the stakeholders. So there's not been a plan, and I know that there is a meeting coming up that is being
Pembroke
held
Pines,
by the city of Pembroke Pines on Monday evening. I think that one or several of you might be attending. I have heard that might be the case. We will confirm who's going to be attending, and we plan to also have a representative there. It might be myself or Mr. Kelleher, and I'm sure probably a member of the county attorney's office will also be in attendance, just to make sure that it is very clear that there is no set plan for it. and it's in-
Monica and Senator, may I say one thing? Just
Sure. Sunshine.
consistent with what Monica said, ultimately, the decision as to where to put something like that is something that by law the county controls, but the county's not going to do anything unless the flow of waste is going to go to a facility, and that's something that the authority is going to be able to control. So the authority, which is predominantly made up of municipalities, is going to have an outsized say in that.
I just wanted
Thanks for that clarification, Drew. And that is an important note, because as our very first action as a body that you guys would ever want to do, I think it is in the most prudent and wise step to make sure that we are seen as a collaborative body, and that's what we would want to do, is ask for their input as well.
Thank you for your answer. I just wanted to ask this at a public meeting so that I could, show the people that what I've been saying is accurate. The last related question, since you mentioned Mr. Kelleher, I see he's in a sling right now. Was this because of negotiations involving solid waste?
No, but no, it is not. He is
That's okay.
recovering.
Ms. Shapiro, that's fine, that's fine. It's fine.
But it was an arm wrestling
Yes.
match, so
Yes.
if you must know.
You bet. Vice Mayor?
Okay, yes, thank you. I just want to follow up on this. So, in addition, I just want to say what I've been saying, since both of these cities are in my district, Pembroke Pines and Southwest Ranches, that the reason that these cities should join, which they haven't yet, is because then they can be a part of the decision-making. And there'll be a master plan developed, and everybody will make these decisions together. So, I mean, it's a reason why I think it would behoove them to join. I just want to say that we've just gotten some information, though, that the first meeting on Monday night is not a city meeting. It's been called by one commissioner. Just to make that clear, it's not a city meeting. And then on Wednesday, evidently, there's another type of a meeting. There's a commission meeting in Pembroke Pines, but it's also it's going to be a workshop on this issue. So evidently, there's a lot more going on for those 2 nights. So just, before anybody decides, they want to go or something, it's better to just check up on it. But it is not a commission-sponsored meeting Monday night. It's one commissioner who has called this meeting and invited people from Pembroke Pines and Southwest Ranches. So they'll both.
Okay, Mr.
there.
Mayor.
Yeah, hold on. Vice Mayor, you done?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
go ahead.
just
No,
Senator
no,
Rich.
I have one last thing that I want to just say. I'd like to know if we can find out what the status is of recycling in each of our cities. Now, we talk about recycling and what % we're doing recycling, but I'll tell you, I not long ago found out that my city is evidently not recycling. I'm putting it in the blue bin every day, but now I find out that it's not being recycled. So I wonder how many cities are like that, and could we find out exactly where we are on this, so that we
Good
know the
point.
depth of the breadth of the problem with the lack of recycling?
Yes, Vice Mayor, we will get you and the board information on that. And I would like to also thank you for pointing out about the membership. I think that's an important point as well. in addition to the point I neglected to say in my remarks was about the very first thing that the authority will be doing is that master plan, which is really the crux of the entire issue. So thank you for bringing those points up.
You done? Okay,
Mr.
Senator?
Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, response, Senator Rich, I was told by one of the elected Southwest Ranchers Commissioners that they have now voted to join, not Pembroke Pines, but Southwest Ranches told me that they have decided to join.
On the ILA?
And yeah.
Good.
And County Attorney, I book for sunshine reasons, plus I have a conflict. I am not planning on attending any of those meetings because I am concerned if there is more than one of us and we're discussing what the county's going to do, then there's potential sunshine issues. So I am not planning on attending either of them. They're in your district, Senator Rich, not mine. So, although half of Southwest Ranches is right.
Okay, what a marathon day. Good job, great job, team. Thank you so much. Solid Waste, go Solid Waste.
Thank you.
Such
very
exciting
much.
opportunity.
Solid waste is good.
All right, I got a smile on Miss Austin. She's finally smiled at us. Let's have a great rest of the afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you very
Bye-bye.
much, Commission.